thought this guy was going to park next to me. So now he's going for that slanted spot over there. Okay, I'll go ahead and use Streamlabs again because it's a little easier for me to work with my music. Like, switch the music or whatever I need from here. Lincoln, Nebraska is where I'm at Shoemakers. And I end up in Chillicothe, Missouri at the end of my shift. Alright. Probably gonna get chat problems, but that's alright. I have a workaround on that. Refill fresh drink. And do my reefer check and get out of here.
See you later, Scott. I'll catch you on your stream.
I will do. It's already out, by the way.
Time for.
Yes. 414-748. Yes. That's exactly what it is. To get rolling. Get out of here and get to Chillicothe early because the truck stops have all been full pretty early along the route that I'm on. So I want to get there as quickly as I can. About 210, maybe 220 out. So a little over a 3-hour drive. Now, I'll make a stop at the Pilot. I'll go over there just before I get on I-29 to top off my reefer tank before heading down 29. And that way I know there won't be any issues with fuel level on the. Well, I'm waiting to make my delivery, which will be for a whole day. go straight ahead to 80. I'll go ahead and turn right just to show you. This is US 6 right here. I can take this straight over a couple miles to Highway 77, which I can actually see crossing over straight ahead. Get on 77 for a very short distance, and then that'll take me to Highway 2. I'll take Highway 2 all the way across through Nebraska City and into town that starts with a P, I forget. Right where I-29 and Highway 2 meet up. Be about 10 miles north of the Missouri and Iowa border. Cross Dillon Tires, Lancaster County Department of Corrections. Is it a prison? Kick out of how whenever I have a butterfly fly into my windshield, it's like they end up getting pushed up, they don't even splat on my windshield. They end up just getting like they almost like they bounce off and just go sliding all the way up to the top of my truck. Some stop and go pain in the ass shit deal with here in the Lincoln area, but once I'm past Lincoln, it'll open up pretty good. There'll be a 70 zone for pretty much all vast majority of the way across. Alright, 77 south. Next, and then just after that is Highway 2. going all the way up through Omaha and into Council Bluffs. I mean, going that way you can keep moving, but it's extra miles. We got 2 lanes here. I just need to repaint that limit line. It's hard to see.
You have 5 hours and 46 minutes of remaining drive time.
Yeah, Cody, we were talking about sodas, you know, like how much soft drink we drink when we were inside Shoemakers. I only drank like maybe half of what was in my mug before I dumped the rest of it out and then basically put that fresh drink in there. It's one of those intersections where hood mirrors really come in handy because I can see back there behind me on the right if there is any traffic running the red light or anything like that, because I can't see them through my side window or the right side mirrors, but I can see them with the hood mirror. I can tell if something's there or not. It's hard to judge much else though. Stop when flashing. Yeah, you just leave that light off. That I gotta cut back too. That's probably why I even have the weight I have. I get back to drinking water, especially if I get myself in a good habit of running or even just doing like a bunch of push-ups and sit-ups every day or whatever. And I can probably go a long way and get my weight back down to like 200 or so, where I normally am. Ever since I had thyroid problems, though, where I got the cancer and had to get my thyroid removed, my weight went up to 220 or so, and really it was more so when I stopped training jiu-jitsu because of the fact I moved. Truck's over 6 tons, who's right lane? Japanese restaurant. The Corky canvas and something. Alright, it's Highway 2 and Pioneers Boulevard here. Nice limit line. Where is it? Fault that car for going past was probably where the limit line is, if there's not even a limit line there. 14th Street, the south side of Lincoln, right here, by the way. Lincoln, Nebraska, for anybody that needs a little bit more than that. Your soul is cleansed and your arteries are clogged. All that freaking fatty oil from frying the chicken. Hey, welcome to the club. Many chickens have died to satisfy me too. Although most of the time I eat mine baked, not fried. Southwood Drive. Cody and I were tripping out on a guy who was inside Shoemakers with just say an interesting choice of shorts to wear. Not to say anything bad about anybody's lifestyle, but his choice of attire was, I'll just say, a little weird. Almost as weird as Tom wearing a kilt. Street coming up. Oh goody, I love these intersections that have the walk, don't walk signs with the timers on them. Because then I know exactly how close I am to getting the red light. See a walk sign that turns into don't walk with an 18-second timer on it. Yep, we're definitely good. Did you catch, Corey? Highway 2 and South 40th. For a bit. Carson City, Nevada, huh? I used to go to Cody and I used to do a lot in Cody every so when he was on my trip. I think there were several times where he went with me up to Reno and we went through Carson City. It looks like a fairly fresh green because the truck's trucks going the other way just got a fresh green, but I don't know. It'll stay that way for me though. Could get lucky. In fact, I'm near this other traffic that might help. Yeah, looks like I might make it. Yay! Alright, South 56th Street, crossing now. These cars are pulling away from me. They're gonna make the light turn red on me now, watch. Old Shady Road. Speed limit's going up to 55 from here. Westgate Bank Center. That's a nice building. You let me through before you turn red on me? Thank you. Apple's Way. Cornhusker Bank. Yes, be red now, that way you're fresh and green when I get there. South 66. South 70th. A church or something over here on the right, on the left side. I don't going like barely over 55. Across Highway 2. Just a little bit less.
think about chain restaurants publicly trolling each other, Smashburger isn't the feisty face of the occasionally annoying marketing tactic. But it's nonetheless having a roast day. Smashburger announced that it's celebrating Pride on June 28 the way big companies usually do, selling things. What it's offering is, however, a pretty alluring deal. You can grab a free crispy chicken smash sandwich with the purchase of another one. The chain's announcement goes out of its way to say, yes, they're open on Sunday, an obvious reference to Chick-fil-A's famous policy of closing on Sundays. Throwing that into an announcement tied to Pride feels loaded, given Chick-fil-A's unadvertising history of giving large donations to anti-LGBTQIA organizations. Smashburger knows that its guests are not only burger lovers but chicken lovers too, and this sandwich encourages fans to indulge their taste buds in total comfort no matter their preference. Carl Bachman, president at Smashburger, said in a statement about the chain's Pride promotion without mentioning Pride at all. The crispy chicken smash has wars. Smashburger's reinvention of the sandwich was basically just to make the same sandwich bigger. But if that's a sandwich you like, it's a whole lot bigger now. portion of Victorville Mojave Riverwalk temporarily closed June 29 BVNG.com, yesterday. Victorville, Chillicothe. BVNG.com, a portion of the Victorville Mojave Riverwalk, near Yates Road, will be closed June 29 from 5 a.m. to 3 p.m. as crews trim and remove trees. The trailhead will be open at Fish Hatchery Road, and the trail can be used a distance of 1.5 miles before the turnaround point. The Riverwalk will be open from the Yucca Bridge into Mojave Narrows Regional Park. To follow updates to this article and more, join our newsroom on Facebook. Over.
Stora and I like to go walking together on that trail when I'm home. Purple. I know exactly what they're talking about too with where the closer's at.
Louisville shooting, at least one person killed in Jefferson Square Park where Black Lives Matter protests held. Louisville, KY. 2 people were shot and 1 person was killed in downtown Louisville Saturday evening, according to police. According to police, around 9 p.m., shots were fired in Jefferson Square Park. Personnel from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department performed life-saving measures on a male victim who eventually died. Shortly thereafter, police received reports of another person shot at the Hall of Justice. That person was taken to University Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Officers cleared the park completely and have secured the entire area so homicide detectives can conduct their investigation, LMPD spokesman Lamont Washington wrote Saturday evening at 11:27 p.m. Detectives are trying to gather as much information as possible in order to identify all who were involved in the incident. Washington added that the park will remain closed for the next several hours, and that police will provide additional information in the morning as it becomes available. Louisville Mayor Greg Fisher said in a statement Saturday evening that he is deeply saddened by the violence that erupted in Jefferson Square Park tonight, where those who have been voicing their concerns have been gathered. It is a tragedy that this area of peaceful protest is now a crime scene, Fisher said. My thanks to the first responders who assisted at the scene. I will have more to say tomorrow, as additional information becomes available. The park has been the scene of protests over the police shooting of Breonna Taylor for weeks, and people have raised tents there and have been staying overnight. A video on Facebook of the scene shows a man firing a gun. People screamed for a medic, and at least one person was down on the ground. I'm downtown at the corner of 5th and Jefferson where there were reports of shots fired about 30 minutes ago with multiple victims but no immediate information. Lots of LMPD on scene. This is the epicenter of Louisville's daily Black Lives Matter protesta. At courierjournalpic.twitter.com/TK2Kgate. Savannah Edens, at Savannah Edens, June 28, 2020. Anna, who came to the park Saturday evening to meet with other protesters to march in downtown Louisville, said she wasn't sure where the shots came from, as she had heard fireworks at the protests before. Almost immediately, everyone started running, and Anna did, too. She and a friend ran to a nearby Chase Bank and banged on the doors to let them in, because we were freaked out. When she returned to Jefferson Square Park about 30 minutes later, Anna said there were 30 to 40 officers outside. Julie Sullivan, an activist with Kentucky Alliance Against Racism and Political Repression who was at Jefferson Square Park during the shooting, said she started yelling at everyone to get down when she heard the gunshots. Sullivan said she tried to help a woman find her kids shortly after hearing the gunshots. She added that police eventually blocked off the camp at Jefferson Square Park. The cops had it blocked off, and they were telling us to get out, Sullivan said. And everybody started to walk, and I was like, take whatever you need. Because these people are living here. Their cell phones or whatever might be in the camp. At the corner of Jefferson and 5th Streets, there were more than a dozen police cruisers around 9:45 p.m., with tape blocking off Jefferson Square Park. No person is being allowed inside the park, according to a Courier-Journal reporter at the scene, with police interviewing people inside the park. LMPD brought in some officers in riot gear following the reported shooting in Jefferson Square Park. At courierjournal.twitter.com/FPK1NGL3RN. Not Ben Tobin, at Billy_Coben, June 28, 2020. Shortly before 10 p.m., a group of LMPD officers arrived in Jefferson Square Park in riot gear. Several people confronted the officers. The Transit Authority of River City, or TARC, announced at 10:04 p.m. that all stops between Broadway and River Road, and between 1st and 9th Streets in the downtown Louisville area, are closed for the remainder of Saturday. Around 10:15 p.m., Louisville Metro Police were pushing a group to a sidewalk across from Jefferson Square Park, declaring an unlawful assembly and threatening to use force. Uniformed police are guarding tents at Jefferson Square Park and are facing Metro Hall. At 10:30 p.m., a group of protesters held a moment of silence for those who were shot. Chants of "Say Her Name, Breonna Taylor" broke out afterwards. By 11:15 p.m., there was still a large police presence at Jefferson Square Park. Things were mostly quiet, as there was little confrontation between police and protesters, and chants had stopped. By 11:30 p.m., a few dozen onlookers remained on sidewalks as police continued to block off Jefferson Street between 5th and 6th Streets. The atmosphere was calmer, with police seen escorting several people to their vehicles on Jefferson and 6th Streets. The blue and red lights of the dozen or so squad cars surrounding the park continued to signal that a crime scene remained active. Democratic Kentucky Senate candidate Charles Booker wrote in a tweet Saturday night, "Praying for our city," in response to the shooting. Praying for our city. Charles Booker, at Booker4Key, June 28, 2020. This article originally appeared on Louisville Courier-Journal. Louisville protests, at least one shot in Jefferson.
US 75 northbound coming up. Cody, to answer your question, no, it doesn't cost anything. Well, all it is I have news reader apps, like Newsbreak and Yahoo and stuff. Then I have another app called Voice Aloud Reader. I actually did a video demonstrating how this app works a while back. Basically, all you have to do is copy and paste it to a clipboard, or copy it to your clipboard, or share the article or whatever. Select all the text and then share it. And then one of the share options is to the Voice Aloud Reader app, and then the Voice Aloud Reader app actually plays it. Reading list, like even when I'm off duty. And then when I start driving, I just have to select the first one in the list and hit play, and then it'll start playing them one by one. Is that a purple? Silver and purple. Highway to I-29. just have to hit the read more button and then select any word in there and then select all and then hit share and then hit voice aloud reader. I'll show you later. Tell you when you're not driving, just let the stuff queue up in your congregate in your notification list, and then when you're off duty, look at the notifications. Whatever articles look like that might interest you, queue them up. And then whatever ones don't interest you, just swipe right and they're gone. And when you're ready to drive, just hit the play button on the reading list. Get in the area of the Missouri River here. It's taking them that much time to left side will be a pilot. I'll go ahead and stop there and top off my reefer fuel tank and then run the rest of the way from there to the customer, or at least in Chillicothe. Voice aloud reader. I actually did pay a one-time fee for the because they have a free version and they have a paid version. I got the paid version because it has certain features on it which I don't recall that I wanted. You don't need you don't have to pay for the app though to make good use of it, but it's more useful to me with the paid version, so I have the pro version. Way too big. I don't have a good place to put it. Yeah, you can. You can use any kind of news aggregator you want. You can even copy Facebook posts into your clipboard, and it'll even read that. Any kind of text from any source. There's a setting you have to use to set it to set it up like that. Yeah, all you have to do is copy whatever you want, and it'll automatically. I got the pilot just ahead on the left, and then I-29 straight ahead as well. And it has different voices you can use too. Like for me, obviously, I'd rather hear a woman's voice than a dude's voice. then again, women can be annoying as hell. I'm kidding. So can dudes. Hey there. What are you waiting for? It takes me a long time to get across that intersection. Come on, Hill Brothers, go! Yeah, I guess I should have gone through the other driveway. I gotta sit here and deal with these knuckleheads. Oh, I just love it when I see someone parked in a fuel island and not outside their truck doing something. Fucker better not be doing a 30-minute break here. Duty. Right. And I don't think he's getting in that truck. I just saw a guy walk across with a Catskill ticket in his hand, but I don't think it was the guy in front of me. I get my load, my fuel purchase set up. Reefer only. Alright, so still having chat issues with Streamlabs, so kind of cheating here. Got chat set up elsewhere. So alright, so Cody, you got the apps downloaded. Good. Yeah, you give it play with it a little bit and then see what you think of it. I mean, obviously you're going to have different interests in news or other. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be news. It could be Wikipedia articles. It could be anything, any kind of website or any kind of text imaginable. You can queue it up into there and just listen to your heart's content on it. Yeah, for whatever amount of time you want. All right, Nora, got to help kids with homework. All right. I still have about 150 or so miles to go before I'm done for the day. So I got I-29 right here, not even a mile away, and then let's see, 10. So about 80 or so miles from here down to St. Joseph, and then I head across about 70 to 75 miles across US 36 from there to Chillicothe, which is where the customer is. Good article app. Yahoo. You can use anything. If you have like some local TV, like maybe a Salt Lake City area TV network or something, maybe you want to get their news articles. Maybe they might have an app or something, or even just go on their webpage with your phone and queue the stuff up. Now, for the best experience, I usually recommend queue all this stuff up while you're off duty, like maybe just camping out in the sleeper berth. Queue this stuff up, and then go do your thing, like play your games or go get some sleep or whatever. And then when you're ready to roll, when you're ready to roll, then just go into the newsreader app, and the voice aloud app, and go to the reading list. Just select the first article in the list that you want to start with, and then just hit the play button, and it'll just go one by one through the whole list. All right, this guy back in his truck is pulling forward now. He's got California plates on his trailer. with somebody else. When I came in was coming out the four-wheeler side. What are you doing, dude? You're not supposed to be over there. At this stop sign, that road's closed anyway. There's nobody to stop for here. Come on, Marcos. Get on I-29 in a minute here. Once I get back over here to Highway 2. What do you do? Realize where you went the wrong side of the lot to get to the four-wheeler side? Taking this hand sanitizer bottle back, it's way too much, and it's actually getting on my nerves with the way it keeps, I have nowhere to put it. All it does is like to fall down and roll all over and be in my way. So I'm trying to tell you when you got it for me. Just remember, I know best what I need in my truck and don't need. That's way more than practical for me. 29 southbound. Got about a 10-mile trip down to the Missouri line. And then be about that's about an 80 or so mile trip or something like that down to St. Joseph. I have a little thing of sanitizer already. I don't use it. I don't really need it that. because I don't have good places to store my, let's say, like my sunflower seeds or whatever else. That just adds to the problem. I'm not going to throw it away. I'll just give it to you when I get home. So a lot of sanitizer can be very useful at the house. It's just a serious pain in my ass here. I've never wanted it in my truck in the first place. And I appreciate you trying to do me a favor with that. I just didn't need it. I already have a sanitizer bottle in here. That's a more appropriate size for my need. I'll show you later. If you want it, you can have it. So I will be coming back in your general direction with my next load, so there's a possibility we might swap. I mean, not swap, but we might cross again on the next load. Both of our loads deliver on the 1st. God damn it. Fucking paper towels falling down and hit me in the arm or whatever while I'm trying to drive.
Satellite image, Iran blast was near suspected missile site. Fox News, yesterday. Dubai, United Arab Emirates, AP, an explosion that rattled Iran's capital came from an area in its eastern mountains that analysts believe hides an underground tunnel system and missile production sites, satellite photographs showed Saturday. What exploded in the incident early Friday that sent a massive fireball into the sky near Tehran remains unclear, as is the cause of the blast. The unusual response of the Iranian government in the aftermath of the explosion, however, underscores the sensitive nature of an area near where international inspectors believe the Islamic Republic conducted high-explosive tests 2 decades ago for nuclear weapon triggers. The blast shook homes, rattled windows and lit up the horizon early Friday in the Alpers Mountains. State TV later aired a segment from what it described as the site of the blast. One of its journalists stood in front of what appeared to be large blackened gas cylinders, though the camera remained tightly focused and did not show anything else around the site. Defense Ministry spokesman Dawood Abdi blamed the blast on a leaking gas he did not identify and said no one was killed in the explosion. Abdi described the site as a public area, raising the question of why military officials and not civilian firefighters would be in charge. The state TV report did not answer that. Satellite photos of the area, some 20 kilometers (12.5 miles) east of downtown Tehran, showed hundreds of meters, yards, of charred scrubland not seen in images of the area taken in the weeks ahead of the incident. The building near the char marks resembled the facility seen in the state TV footage. The gas storage area sits near what analysts describe as Iran's Kojir missile facility. The explosion appears to have struck a facility for the Shahid Bakari Industrial Group, which makes solid propellant rockets, said Fabian Hinz, a researcher at the James Martin Center for Nonproliferation Studies at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies in Monterey, California. The Washington-based Center for Strategic and International Studies identified Kojir as the site of numerous tunnels, some suspected of use for arms assembly. Large industrial buildings at the site visible from satellite photographs also suggest missile assembly being conducted there. The U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency says Iran overall has the largest underground facility program in the Middle East. Such sites support most facets of Tehran's ballistic missile capabilities, including the operational force and the missile development and production program, the DIA said in 2019. Iranian officials themselves also identified the site as being in Parchin, home to a military base where the International Atomic Energy Agency previously said its suspects Iran conducted tests of explosive triggers that could be used in nuclear weapons. Iran long has denied seeking nuclear weapons, though the IAEA previously said Iran had done work in support of a possible military dimension to its nuclear program that largely halted in late 2003. Western concerns over the Iranian atomic program led to sanctions and eventually to Tehran's 2015 nuclear deal with world powers. The U.S. under President Donald Trump unilaterally withdrew from the accord in May 2018, leading to a series of escalating attacks between Iran and the U.S. and Tehran abandoning the deal's production limits. Iran's missile and space programs have suffered a series of explosions in recent years. The most notable came in 2011, when a blast at a missile base near Tehran killed Revolutionary Guard Commander Hassan Tehrani Moghadam, who led the paramilitary forces missile program, and 16 others. Initially, authorities described the blast as an accident, though a former prisoner later said the guard interrogated him on suspicion Israel caused the explosion. ____. Follow John Gambrell on Twitter at
familiar with it, it was on, the first 2 seasons were on YouTube Premium. Where they just did a deal with Netflix, so they're gonna move seasons 1 and 2 over to Netflix. And then season 3 is gonna come on sometime in the not so distant future. It's actually a really good series. If you're not familiar with it, it's basically Karate Kid with the same people in it. You know, Ralph Macchio, William Zabka, what's his name again? Martin Cove. All them, basically they all reprise their old roles from the Karate Kid movie, and they basically accelerate 35 or so years into the future. And kind of show what life is like for all of them today. It's actually a very well written series, though. The first 2 seasons actually got Emmy nominations. Well, obviously. Just under 70 miles out from my turn on the US 30. Mississippi, Mississippi. Yeah, the sad thing is you've probably done that before too, Cody.
blind after drinking hand sanitizer in New Mexico. CNN 17 hours ago. CNN, 3 people died and 1 is permanently blind from methanol poisoning after drinking hand sanitizer in New Mexico, health officials said. An additional 3 people are in critical condition, the New Mexico Department of Health said in a statement. All 7 people are believed to have drunk hand sanitizer containing methanol, it said. The cases were reported to New Mexico Poison Control over several weeks in May, and are related to alcoholism, health officials said. They did not provide additional details on the victims or where the incidents happened. If you think you may have used or consumed hand sanitizer containing methanol, please seek medical care, State Health Secretary Kathy Kunkel said in a statement. An antidote to methanol poisoning is available, but the earlier someone gets treated for methanol poisoning, the better the chance of recovery. Some people have been known to use hand sanitizer to get intoxicated due to its alcohol content. Before the pandemic, hand sanitizer was banned in most prisons based on fears that inmates would drink it or use it to start fires. But the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has recommended that facilities consider relaxing restrictions on alcohol-based sanitizer to help combat coronavirus. This week, the Food and Drug Administration urged people not to use hand sanitizer products manufactured by Biochem SAW due to the potential presence of a toxic chemical. Federal officials discovered methanol, which can be toxic when absorbed through skin or ingested, in samples of hand sanitizers produced by the Mexican company. It's unclear whether the victims in New Mexico used the same type of hand sanitizers. Exposure to significant amounts of methanol can result in nausea, vomiting, headache, blurred vision, permanent blindness, seizures, coma, permanent damage to the nervous system, or death. Article 122 of 123. Princeton removes Woodrow Wilson's name from school, citing his racist thinking and policies. Princeton's Board of Trustees has voted to remove President Woodrow Wilson's name from the university's School of Public and International Affairs because of racist views and policies, reversing a decision 4 years ago to let it stand. The trustees concluded that Woodrow Wilson's racist thinking and policies make him an inappropriate namesake for a school or college whose scholars, students, and alumni must stand firmly against racism in all its forms, Princeton President Christopher Ice River said in a statement. The board also dropped his name from the Ivy League school's Wilson College. Ice River said the trustees had decided in April 2016, in fending off an earlier public pressure campaign, to make the university more inclusive and more honest about its history, but decided to retain Wilson's name. It decided to revisit the issue now in light of the recent killing of George Floyd, while in police custody, and other Black Americans. 4 years ago, a 10-member committee gathered input from Wilson scholars and more than 600 submissions from alumni, faculty and the public before concluding that Wilson's accomplishments merited commemoration, so long as his faults were also candidly recognized. The committee report also said using his name implies no endorsement of views and actions that conflict with the values and aspirations of our times. Graduate organizers issued a statement Saturday condemning the university for years of hostility and delay surrounding the decision. While the university would like to count their action today as a win, it is not theirs to claim, reads a statement from Princeton Policy School Demands, a group of graduate school students that is coordinating with undergraduates and alumni for anti-racism and anti-blackness reforms at Princeton. Hundreds of students have signed petitions with demands beyond renaming the school, according to the Daily Princetonian. Among the demands, the establishment of a Center for Anti-Racist Policy, the adoption of anti-racist curriculum and reparations for the university's historical ties to slavery and racism. The forms of racism in this country keep evolving and Princeton keeps participating in them, and that needs to stop, Abyssinia Lisanu, a Master of Public Administration student, told USA Today. She says the school and its curriculum should be looking for new solutions to old problems. Lisanu criticized the school's decision to use campus police to protect property during previous protests and said the school's curriculum often is written from a white male and Western perspective. Last week, Monmouth University of New Jersey removed Wilson's name from one of its marquee buildings and vowed to make greater efforts to support diversity efforts at the private university. Are the Washington Redskins next? Eskimo pie, Aunt Jemima, Uncle Ben's and cream of wheat are changing. Wilson, who was born in Staunton, Virginia, was the first Southerner to be elected U.S. president since Zachary Taylor in 1848. He served 2 terms as president from 1921. He served as president of Princeton University from 1902 to 1910 when he resigned to run successfully for governor of New Jersey, a post he kept until he became president. Eisgruber noted that Wilson, as president, segregated the federal civil service after it had been racially integrated for decades, thereby taking America backward in its pursuit of justice. As president of Princeton, Wilson had also barred black students from the Ivy League school and spoke approvingly of the Ku Klux Klan. Eisgruber, who noted that the board had acted on his recommendation, said this searing moment in American history has made clear that Wilson's racism disqualifies him from that role. In a nation that continues to struggle with racism, this university and its School of Public and International Affairs must stand clearly and firmly for equality and justice, he added. The board, in its statement, said that identifying a political leader as a namesake for a public policy school inevitably suggests that the honoree is a role model for those who study in the school. We must therefore ask whether it is acceptable for this university's School of Public Affairs to bear the name of a racist who segregated the nation's civil service after it had been integrated for decades, the board said. Contributing, Suzanne Chervenka, Asbury Park Press. I'm leaving and I'm just not coming back, fed up with racism, black Americans head overseas. This article originally appeared on USA Today. Princeton drops Woodrow Wilson's name from school over racist policies. Article 123 of 123. The black officer who detained...
Okay, so I guess they're going to go on the attack on the TV show Mr. Iglesias now, because if you've ever seen that show, basically Gabriel Iglesias plays a school teacher, like a high school teacher, and the school that they supposedly teach that he's teaching at is Woodrow Wilson High School. Here's only marginally slower than me, so I'm just gonna decide to throttle back a couple miles an hour. Let me get a little bit of space in front of me, and I'll just settle in at 69 instead of 70.
The black officer who detained George Floyd had pledged to fix the police. An image provided by the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, former Minneapolis police officer J. Alexander Kyung, who was charged with aiding and abetting second-degree murder in the death of George Floyd, Minneapolis, June 3, 2020. Hennepin County Sheriff's Office via the New York Times. More. Minneapolis, there were 2 black men at the scene of the police killing in Minneapolis last month that roiled the nation. One, George Floyd, was sprawled on the asphalt with a white officer's knee on his neck. The other black man, Alex Kung, was a rookie police officer who held his back as Floyd struggled to breathe. Floyd, whose name has been painted on murals and scrawled on protest signs, has been laid to rest. Kung, who faces charges of aiding and abetting in Floyd's death, is out on bail, hounded at the supermarket by strangers and denounced by some family members. Long before Kung was arrested, he had wrestled with the issue of police abuse of black people, joining the force in part to help protect people close to him from police aggression. He argued that diversity could force change in a police department long accused of racism. He had seen one sibling arrested and treated poorly, in his view, by sheriff's deputies. He had found himself defending his decision to join the police force, saying he thought it was the best way to fix a broken system. He had clashed with friends over whether public demonstrations could actually make things better. He said, "Don't you think that needs to be done from the inside?" His mother, Joni Kung, recalled him saying after he watched protesters block a highway years ago. That's part of the reason why he wanted to become a police officer, and a black police officer on top of it, is to bridge that gap in the community, change the narrative between the officers and the black community. As hundreds of thousands of people demonstrated against the police after Floyd's killing on May 25, Kung became part of a national debate over police violence toward black people, a symbol of the very sort of policing he had long said he wanted to stop. Derek Chauvin, the officer who placed his knee on Floyd's neck for more than 8 minutes, has been most widely associated with the case. He faces charges of second-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter. Kung and 2 other former officers were charged with aiding and abetting the killing. At 26, Kung was the youngest and least experienced officer at the scene, on only his 3rd shift as a full officer. The arrest of Kung, whose mother is white and whose father was from Nigeria, has brought anguish to his friends and family. "It's a gut punch," Joni Kung said. "Here you are, you've raised this child, you know who he is inside and out. We're such a racially diverse family. To be wrapped up in a racially motivated incident like this is just unfathomable." 2 of Alex Kung's siblings, Taylor and Radiance, both of whom are African American, called for the arrests of all 4 officers, including their brother. They joined protests in Minneapolis. In a Facebook Live video, Taylor Kung, 21, appeared with the head of the local NAACP to speak of the injustice that befell Floyd, acknowledging being related to Alex Kung but never mentioning his name. Alex Kung's sister Radiance posted a video of Floyd's final minutes on Facebook. "Just broke my heart," she wrote. In an interview, she said that as a black man, her brother should have intervened. She said she planned to change her last name in part because she did not want to be associated with her brother's actions. "I don't care if it was his 3rd day at work or not," she said. "He knows right from wrong." A full house. Through his life, Alex Kung straddled 2 worlds, black and white. Kung, whose full name is J. Alexander Kung, pronounced King, was raised by his mother, whom he lived with until last year. His father was absent. As a child, Kung sometimes asked for siblings. Joni Kung, who lived in the Shingle Creek neighborhood in North Minneapolis, signed up with an African American adoption agency. When Alex was 5, Joni Kung brought home a baby boy who had been abandoned at a hospital. Alex soon after, Radiance arrived when he was 11. Taylor and a younger brother came in 2009, when Alex was about 16. Radiance Kung, 21, said their adoptive mother did not talk about race. "Race was not really a topic in our household, unfortunately," she said. "For her adopting as many black kids as she did, I didn't get that conversation from her. I feel like that should have been a conversation that was had." Growing up, Alex Kung and his family made repeated trips to Haiti, helping at an orphanage. Alex Kung and his siblings took a break from school to volunteer there after the earthquake in 2010. Joni Kung, 56, likes to say that the Kungs are a family of doers, not talkers. "I had to stay out of the race conversations because I was the minority in the household," Joni Kung said in her first interview since her son's arrest. She said that race was not an issue with her, but that she was conflicted. "It didn't really matter, but it does matter to them because they are African American. And so they had to be able to have an outlet to tell their stories and their experience as well, especially having a white mom." Joni Kung taught math at the schools her children went to, where the student body was often mostly Hmong, African American and Latino. Classmates described Alex Kung as friends with everyone, a master of juggling a soccer ball and a defender against bullies. Photos portray him with a sly smile. Darrell Jones said he first met Alex Kung on the playground when he was 6. Jones was trying to finish his multiplication homework. Alex Kung helped Jones and then invited him into a game of tag. When Jones' mother died in 2008, Joni Kung took him in for as long as a month at a time. By high school, Alex Kung had found soccer, and soon that was all he wanted to do. He became a success. Alex Kung went to Monroe College in New Rochelle, New York, to play soccer and study business. But after surgery on both knees, soccer proved impossible. Alex Kung quit. Back in Minneapolis, he enrolled in technical college and supported himself catching shoplifters at Macy's. About that time, he started talking about joining the police, Joni Kung recalled. She said she was nervous, for his safety and also because of the troubled relationship between the Minneapolis police and residents. Given his background, Alex Kung thought he had the ability to bridge the gap between white and black worlds, Jones said. He often did not see the same level of racism that friends felt. Jones, who is black, recalled a road trip a few years ago to Utah with Alex Kung, a white friend and Alex Kung's girlfriend, who is Hmong. Jones said he had to explain Jones, whose skin is darker than Alex Kung's. I said, Alex, that's because you're walking in here with a black person. The reason they're staring at us is because you're here with me. By February 2019, Alex Kung had made up his mind. He signed up as a police cadet. Only a few months later, his sibling Taylor, a longtime supporter of Black Lives Matter who had volunteered as a counselor at a Black heritage camp and as a mentor to at-risk Black youths, had a confrontation with law enforcement. Taylor Kung and a friend saw local sheriff's deputies questioning two men in a downtown Minneapolis shopping district about drinking in public. They intervened. Taylor Kung used a cell phone to record video of the deputies putting the friend, in a striped summer dress, on the ground. "You're hurting me," the friend shouted. As the confrontation continued, a deputy turned to Taylor Kung and said, "Put your hands behind your back." "For what?" Taylor Kung asked several times. "Because," said the deputy, threatening to use his taser. Taylor Kung called home. Alex Kung and their mother rushed to get bail and then to the jail. "Don't worry, I got you," Alex Kung told his sibling, hugging Taylor, their mother recalled. Alex Kung reminded his sibling that those were sheriff's deputies, not the city force he was joining, and criticized their behavior, his mother recalled. After Taylor Kung's video went public, the city dropped the misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and obstructing the legal process. The sheriff's office announced an official review of the arrests, which resulted in no discipline. Diverging paths. Alex Kung's choice to become a police officer caused a rift in his friendship with Jones. "It was very clear where we stood on that," said Jones, a Black Lives Matter supporter who protested on the streets after the deaths of Jamar Clark and Philando Castile at the hands of Minneapolis area police. "Our fundamental disagreement around law enforcement is not that I believe cops are bad people. I just believe that the system needs to be completely wiped out and replaced. It's the difference between reform and rebuilding." After Alex Kung became a cadet, Jones went from seeing Alex Kung twice a month to maybe 3 times a year. He said he did not even tell Alex Kung when the police pursued him for nothing and then let him go. Academy. For most of his field training, Chauvin, with 19 years on the job, was his training officer. At one point, Alex Kung, upset, called his mother. He said he had done something during training that bothered a supervising officer, who reamed him out. Joni Kung did not know if that supervisor was Chauvin. Chauvin also extended Alex Kung's training period. He felt Alex Kung was meeting too often with a fellow police trainee, Thomas Lane, when responding to calls, rather than handling the calls on his own, Joni Kung said. But on May 22, Alex Kung officially became one of about 80 black officers on a police force of almost 900. In recent years, the department, not as racially diverse as the city's population, has tried to increase the number of officers of color, with limited success. That evening, other officers held a small party at the 3rd Precinct station to celebrate Alex Kung's promotion. The next evening, he worked his first full shift as an officer, inside the station. On that Sunday, he worked the 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. patrol shift, his first on the streets. On May 25, Alex Kung's 3rd day on the job, Alex Kung and Lane, now partnered up despite both being freshly minted rookies, were the first officers to answer a call of a counterfeit $20 bill being passed at a corner store. They found Floyd in a car outside. After they failed to get Floyd into the back of a squad car, Chauvin and Tudau, another officer, showed up. As Chauvin jammed his knee into the back of Floyd's neck, Alex Kung held down Floyd's back, according to a probable cause statement filed by prosecutors. Chauvin kept his knee there as Floyd repeated, "I can't breathe," and "Mama," and "Please." Through the passing minutes, Alex Kung did nothing to intervene, prosecutors say. After Floyd stopped moving, Alex Kung checked Floyd's pulse. "I couldn't find one," Alex Kung told the other officers. Critics of the police said the fact that none of the junior officers stopped Chauvin showed that the system itself needed to be overhauled. "How do you as an individual think that you're going to be able to change that system, especially when you're going in at a low level?" said Michelle Gross, president of Communities United Against Police Brutality in Minneapolis. "You're not going to feel okay to say, 'Stop, senior officer.' The culture is such that that kind of intervening would be greatly discouraged." All 4 officers have been fired. All 4 face 40 years in prison. Alex Kung, who was released on bail on June 19, declined through his lawyer to be interviewed. He is set to appear in court Monday. A day after Floyd's death, Jones learned that Alex Kung was one of the officers who had been present. Around midnight, Jones called Alex Kung. They talked for 40 minutes, about what Jones would not say, and they cried. "I'm feeling a lot of sadness and a lot of disappointment," Jones said. "A lot of us believe he should have stepped in and should have done something." He added, "It's really hard. Because I do have those feelings and I won't say I don't. But though I feel sad about what's occurred, he still has my unwavering support. Because we grew up together, and I love him." Jones said he had gone to the protests but could not bring himself to join in. This article originally appeared in the New York Times. Copyright 2020 The New York Times Company. There are no more articles to read.
Yeah, that never happens in college. Writing. And I'm not being sarcastic. Get into the Mound City, Missouri area. State Route 118. 1 mile. Exit 84. Estoy en el norte de Mound City, Missouri. Estoy 40 millas norte de St. Joseph, Missouri. Miles from St. Joseph.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. As a flight attendant, what's the shadiest thing you've seen a passenger do? Tamara Montana, flight attendant at JetBlue Airways 2002 present. Answered February 15, 2020. Order a bunch of drinks and then when it was time to pay up, they smugly laughed and said they didn't have the money and dismissed us. They thought they were going to get away if they didn't. They were met by the authorities and magically produced a credit card and paid for all of their drinks. 240k views. View 387 upvoters. View sharers. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. As a bartender, who was that one customer you will never forget? Mary C., bartender. Answered May 13, 2020. I'll never forget that night. I am the only bartender on that container van bar. I'm a female straight. We have this agreement with my boss that nobody is allowed to enter the bar station except for me and bar owner only. The second day the bar owner is drunk, I got pissed when he enters bar station with his friends too, then telling me it's okay I let it pass, then he go out to puff some cigarettes. The one of his friend also got out and go to the bar top, so I'm with someone blocking the way out cause she's huge. I'm still being friendly as a respect, she's my boss friend, but what happened? She grabbed my ass, my waist without permission. She also asked me to bring me home, and that's traumatic for me. I'm harassed by a lesbian. I got off the next day, then worked, but the lesbian came again. I was shaking all over my body crying. The bar owes to overtime worker. I don't get any benefits working on this. I mean, they don't even pay my social insurance program by the government, and I am just another underpaid employee. ANW, I'm still working as a bartender because this is my passion. They can't take it away from me. The struggle is real. It takes time for me to recover from that trauma. Yes, I don't have anything against LGBT. We all have the right to be respected as an individual. 14.2k views. U51 upvoter. Shepard, former captain at U.S. Air Force 1981-1987. Answered April 22, 2020. Author has 5.3k answers and 1.2m answer views. No, absolutely not. It handles terribly, sluggish, and with some weird behaviors due to the location of the spoilers and flexibility of the wing. The plane is incredibly noisy, has a low cabin pressure differential, so you must be on oxygen whenever you're cruising at high altitude. Every regular crew member sits on an ejection seat that is about as comfortable as sitting in an ejection seat, except unlike a fighter crew member who is typically in the seat for an hour or so, a typical B-52 mission is 10 plus hours. There is no bathroom, only a piss can hanging on a wall where the ceiling isn't high enough to stand up straight, and a bucket under the EU instructor seat for the women on board or the poor sucker who has to take a dump. There is no legit bed for sleeping on extremely long flights, just a bit of floor where you can lay down. I would say it was the most unpleasant plane I ever flew. But the mission was challenging. An hour of air refueling on every mission, several hours of low-level flying every mission, not done anymore, day, night, BMC or IMC. And an hour of approaches and touch and goes at the end of each flight. So at least it wasn't pure boredom, like flying an airliner on a 10-plus hour flight. 22.5k views. View 300.
What took you so long?
Open in app. Sign in. What would a layperson misunderstand about U.S. military procurement? Shannon Ison, former planner at Palm Springs, CA 2005-2011. Answered May 13, 2020, upvoted by David Watt, former culinary specialist at United States Navy 2002-2012, and Andy Richards, soldier at U.S. Army 2006 present, author has 2.7K answers and 3.2M answer views. Sometimes pricing is higher than what one person would suspect. When was in the Navy there was a fastener, it looked kind of like this.
All the time?
Except the head was flat and designed to recess into the panel, so as to provide a smooth surface. The fastener we were looking at back in the 1990s was about $50 a unit. So the Navy has had this program called Boss by Our Spare Smart. If a technician thought the price of something was too expensive, they were encouraged to fill out a Boss report, and the Navy would go in and audit the item's price. If the vendor was found to be overcharging, then the Navy would renegotiate the contract and give a fee. And the Navy is not that fast apparently. They gave us a report. Apparently the fastener made out of a specific material to prevent corrosion. Rubber had in way as the compartment make it a to also corrosion internal system are as designed to be used with softer metals or whatever. A $300 ash tray is made so that when it falls off a flat surface in a ship it won't break, which is important when you think about combat. All you need is for a plastic ash tray to get thrown across the compartment splinter and send shrapnel inside the compartment. Edit, I did some spelling changes and I wanted to include this. By Our Spare Smart program. 36.5K views.
Less than 30 miles to go to St. Joseph. St. Joseph will be where I'll be making my turn onto US 36. I'm pretty sure Riverside and San Bernardino counties will get affected by that too, with the bar shutdown and all the other stuff. 110. Come on, car. Star Incorporated, Lawson, Missouri. Savannah and Fillmore, Missouri coming up. 1 mile. Exit 65, US 60, US 59, and US Highway RA, Romeo Alpha. Entering Andrew County. Another CFI truck. And where are those guys based at? Missouri or something? Kansas City or? Curious. I've been seeing a ridiculous number of them today. Yeah, I figured it was somewhere around that because I believe it's 1.6 kilometers or kilometers for every mile. So 7 times 6 is 42. So and then yeah, 7 plus 4 is 11. So yeah, 112. That's about what I was on. It's not. I know. And I know the conversion is not exactly 1.6. It's 1.6 something something something. So that makes sense. I almost tried to get a job in Dubai once. When I first got out of the Air Force, I was thinking about going over there to work on the C-17s that they have over there. I had some friends who were working on them over there too. From Sydney all the way out to here, I've been seeing them. Interstate 60 coming up. Amazonia. 1 mile. Highway K and Highway Charlie Charlie. much momentum in front of him. US 169 coming up. Keaton City and St. Joseph. Entering Buchanan County. And sometimes mine runs above 14 also. Just depends on the day sometimes. About 5 miles away. A car camping out next to me. You stupid motherfucker, I can't get over when I'm getting blocked with, screw you. I'm gonna stay right here. 'Cause you're a dumb motherfucker trying to pass me on the right when you were just behind me. Fuck you then. Go ahead, you stupid asshole. Try to pass me on the right again, motherfucker. I'll wait till you get up. Wait till you try to make your move before I go over. I'm just standing over here to be an asshole to the guy behind me because he wants to be a dick and pass me on the right. So, too bad. I'm gonna be an idiot. I'll be an asshole too. Come on, dude. Try to pass me on the right again, dumbass. Yeah, go ahead. Move over. Go ahead and try high beaming me too. I can't even see your ass anyway. Only I can see is the very end of the car. Or the SUV, whatever you want to call it. I need to be over here because my exit's coming up pretty soon. Actually, this next exit coming up is my exit. 1 mile away. Don't fucking pass on the right, dumbass. Are you wondering about there for Western Express, James? Oh, I know. I need 36 East. Cloverleaf. Dude, fucking A, man. You see that fucking yield sign there? It's there for a reason, dumbass. Would have been okay with you doing what you did if you had got on your damn gas pedal and accelerated, but shit, when you sit there and hesitate, well, guess what? Not like I didn't have my turn signal on before you even got near there. Volts are going to be the same. They still have 14.4 volt system basically. The max speed, I think they're governed at like 63 or 65 or something like that.
interrogated by the police, and you say, "I refuse to answer any questions without my attorney present," what happens next? David Papiano, former California State Investigator, 1979-2009. Answered May 13, 2020. Author has 102 answers and 159.7K answer views. I had to laugh the other night as I watched a cop's TV show. An officer walked over to a female handcuffed suspect in the back of a patrol car. He asked what happened, but she said she wanted an attorney. The officer said, "Fine, it makes for a shorter report," and he closed the door of the car. Once the suspect is arrested, if an officer wants to continue asking questions, he must give the suspect their Miranda rights, which includes they do not have to talk and giving him/her an attorney. Once the suspect asks for an attorney, all questions stop, except for their ID. They are then taken to jail for booking. If they refuse to ID themselves, they will be kept at the jail until their identity can be established and brought before a judge. I keep getting the feeling that the public has a misconception of the term, "you are going to jail." The arrested suspect is going to jail for booking. That means the suspect will be photographed and fingerprinted, a nurse will probably verify they don't need to go to a hospital for injuries, the charges will be logged. Due to overcrowding, the jail, and possibly a judge, released on bail or OR, no bail X that has to be within 48 hours. 102.4K views. 162 upvoters. Answer requested by Jeet Roddy.
This one I just passed. For anybody not familiar, I'm on US 36, heading east, in between Interstate 29 and Interstate 35. I'm about to cross northbound highway, State Route 31 right now. Stewartsville, Missouri, 4 miles away. Cameron is 18 miles.
Sign in. What is the most embarrassing experience you've had involving your private parts? Kent Allen. Answered May 14, 2020. Thus true story, has never been beaten and never will. Backstory. In 2000 my wife and I adopted our daughter in China. On our way back we stopped in Hong Kong. We did so to visit my wife's aunts. The aunt ran an orphanage in the Philippines and arranged to meet us there so she could see us and be the first in the family to meet our daughter. This seemed like a great idea because the aunt lived in the Philippines and only got back to the States once every 3 years. She was always left out of the good stuff back home and only heard about stuff after the fact. Her being the first to meet the new baby was a really big deal. We stayed in Hong Kong with Aunt S for 3 days, seeing the sights and taking lots of videos to show our family back home. They could see Aunt S and all the fun we had. We had a great time. Said our goodbyes and left the next morning. Our hotel overlooked the harbor and I got really cool footage of the skyline and a cruise ship passing by our hotel window before getting ready to head to the airport to fly back home. Flash forward. We arrived back home deck 16 and as you can imagine we're kind of busy with unpacking from 2 weeks in China, a new baby and all the Christmas activity. The whole family gathered at my mother-in-law's house for a Christmas celebration and to see the video of Aunt S. Everyone was there. My wife's whole family, with her siblings, spouses and kids. My father and mother-in-law, her grandmother, her cousins, brothers and sisters of Aunt S, all 5 of them and their spouses. In all about 25 people. Kind of like home movies in the 50s. Well, because we were so busy after arriving home I never had a chance to preview the video, and why would I? It was Aunt S. Big mistake. We all sat spellbound watching the video, and I was so happy to have brought all this joy to my wife's family. That is, until after the cruise ship went by our window and I turned the camera off and set the camera on a table to go shower and get ready for our flight. You see, I had just hopped out of bed and was named as a jaybird while filming the cruise ship. The camera had not shut off and continued filming a close-up of Ground Zero. Yup, a close-up of my crotch for all of my wife's family to see. My brother-in-law was choking and turning red, he was laughing so hard. I dove for the TV screen in an all too late attempt to keep everyone from seeing what they had already seen and could not under. My wife had an unbelievable glare shot my way. Her grandma blurted, "What is that?" The rest of the family was a mixture of laughter and disbelief. The video continued on until my butt disappeared into the bathroom. That was 20 years ago and it gets brought up every year. It is without a doubt the most embarrassed I have ever been, ever. 70.9k views. You 747 upvoters. You sharers. Suggestions pending. About the author. Kent Allen. 446.4k content views, 71.8k this month. You 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact languages. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open in app. Article 6 of 112. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. What is the sketchiest load you have ever hauled as a trucker? Rick Plugman, over-the-road trucker. Delivering the goods since 1990. Answered September 21, 2018. Author has 2.8k answers and 18.6m answer views. I have to agree with the others as to what would be considered sketchiest, but I did come up with one. Years ago I was a team driver. Normally, we would get our dispatches via email on the truck's wireless communication terminal. Not this time. Rather than our usual dispatch info, what we got instead was "Call me" from the boss. His instructions were very explicit. He told us we would be picking up a trailer nearby that was loaded and sealed. He went on to say once we signed for it to put a fire under it, do not pass go, do not collect $200. Just go, and stop only when absolutely necessary, such as for fuel and bathroom breaks. We were in Northern California when we arrived to pick up the load at a high security location. Both my partner and I had to provide the proper identification. Strangely, they already knew we were coming. They already had our names as well as our truck and trailer number. By asking for our ID, they were only verifying our information. We dropped our empty trailer and hooked up to the loaded one. The trailer was sealed with a heavy-duty bolt seal that looked identical to this. Once we hooked up, we headed back to the guard shack where we were handed our bills and the seal was verified. The shipment was blind, meaning, instead of listing the actual name of the owner of the goods on the bills, it was a third-party broker. The plot thickened from there. The bills said we were carrying one pallet of NOI, not otherwise indicated. One pallet was strange enough, but NOI. Once we cleared the gate, it was, mule, all the way cross-country to a lab in Massachusetts. Once we arrived, the seal was again verified and then cut off. Opening the doors, I was more than a bit surprised to see the single pallet of NOI we were hauling was, drum roll, dog biscuits. Curiosity got the better of me and I had to ask, what the hell was all the hubbub over a single pallet of doggy biscuits? The explanation made sense and it all came together in the end. The dog biscuits were from a large brand name manufacturer. It was a brand new product set to be released in the short weeks to come. The company had invested megabucks in an advertising campaign in anticipation of the product's release. Before it could be released, they needed approval from the lab in the form of a COA, Certificate of Analysis. Ours was the second pallet being tested, the first one having failed due to it being overbaked. 72k views. You 2.5k upvoters. You sharers. Answer requested by Matthew Cantrell. About the author.
Interesting. Can't say I ever had a look that I would really call sketchy. was illegal to sell horse meat. So I'm like, why, how am I pulling horse meat? Am I going to get in trouble for this? It turned out I was going to an animal technology lab. Because they had a horse meat and a horse serum went in the load. And I guess they test certain diseases, or I don't know, test certain things with the horse meat samples. It was basically scientific research in a lab, and I was basically delivering it to the lab. And then the woman who owned the lab there in Tyler, she felt like she got me in the loop on basically the other two drops, even though they were not the same receiver name. She said they were associated with her also. Because she knew where the other two drops were, even without me telling her where they were. Doing the second and third drop, so they ended up having me drop the rest of the load in the drop yard that Sierra England uses in St. Louis, or St. Louis, however you want to pronounce it. Cameron, 7 miles away. Yeah, crossing just north of Osborne right now.
FMCSA releases hours of service final rule, making 4 key rule changes. 5. Ashley. May 14, 2020. On Thursday, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, FMCSA, published their long-awaited hours of service final rule. For nearly 2 years, the FMCSA has been tracking the changes to current hours of service regulations that were debuted on the morning of May 14. The agency has promised that the regulation changes will increase flexibility for U.S. truckers while maintaining highway safety. America's truckers are doing a heroic job keeping our supply chains open during this unprecedented time, and these rules will provide them greater flexibility to keep America moving, said U.S. Transportation Secretary Elaine L. Chao. FMCSA says that they drafted the final rule after consulting more than 8,000 public comments from industry stakeholders, law enforcement, safety groups, and drivers themselves. The final rule features 4 key changes to existing hours of service requirements. The agency will increase safety and flexibility for the 30-minute break rule by requiring a break after 8 hours of consecutive driving and allowing the break to be satisfied by a driver using on-duty, not driving status, rather than off-duty status. The agency will modify the sleeper berth exception to allow drivers to split their required 10 hours off-duty into 2 periods, an 8-half split or a 7/3 split, with neither period counting against the driver's 14-hour driving window. The agency will change the short-haul exception available to certain commercial drivers by lengthening the driver's maximum on-duty period from 12 to 14 hours and extending the distance limit within which the driver may operate from 100 air miles to 150 air miles. Many industry stakeholders had been hoping for a rule change that would allow drivers to pause the 14-hour clock, but the FMCSA said that they decided against this change after consulting public comment. The new hours of service rules will be implemented 120 days after the final rule is published in the Federal Register. The FMCSA says that the new hours of service rules The agency says that most of these savings will come from the increased flexibility that the new 30-minute rest break rule will provide for drivers. The Department of Transportation and the Trump administration listened directly to the concerns of truckers seeking rules that are safer and have more flexibility, and we have acted. These updated hours of service rules are based on the thousands of comments we received from the American people. These reforms will improve safety on America's roadways and strengthen the nation's motor carrier industry, said FMCSA Acting Administrator Jim Mullen. In 2018, the FMCSA authored an advance notice of proposed rulemaking (ANPRM) asking for public comment on hours of service rule changes. In August 2019, the FMCSA published a more detailed hours of service notice of proposed rulemaking (NPRM).
What's up?
An error occurred. Try watching this video on or enable JavaScript if it is disabled in your browser.
I'm approaching Interstate 35. I can see 35 up ahead.
Article 9 of 112. Thomas Biff Wilson sings about Back to the Future fans, here, Rolling Stone. Josh Gad staged a virtual Back to the Future reunion on his new Reunited Apart YouTube series this week, and the turnout was pretty amazing. Not only did Michael J. Fox, Christopher Lloyd, director Robert Zemeckis, and screenwriter Bob Gale take part, but they also roped in Leah Thompson, Mary Steenburgen, and both actresses who played Jennifer, Elizabeth Shue and Claudia Wells, along with Power of Love singer Huey Lewis and composer Alan Silvestri. J.J. Abrams had no involvement in the trilogy, but he's a big fan and they let him join the fun, too. One notable absence was Thomas F. Wilson, who played Biff's grandson Griff, and his great-grandfather Buford Mad Dog Tannen. He's the third most important actor in the three movies, after Fox and Lloyd, but he has been reluctant to take part in reunions like this over the past couple of decades. Even in October 2019, when the calendar finally hit the date that Marty and Doc traveled to in the second movie, he didn't emerge for any of the celebrations. He was also the only key cast member not interviewed for a documentary that came with the Blu-ray box set. Related. Michael J. Fox, Christopher Lloyd led Back to the Future reunion on Josh Gad's Reunited Apart. Flashback, ZZ Top visit Hill Valley and Back to the Future Part 3. His reluctance isn't hard to understand. Imagine strangers yelling out, "Hey, Biff. Whenever you leave your house, we're asking you to call them a butthead." There is nothing successful actors fear more than typecasting, and Biff cast a long shadow over Wilson's career that was hard to escape, even though he was excellent as the gym teacher on Freaks and Geeks and is now a part of DC's Legends of Tomorrow. Wilson does have a good sense of humor about the never-ending legacy of Biff though. Check out this song he used to play as part of his stand-up routine about annoying Back to the Future fans. It's a good window into life as Biff. When I'm flying in a plane or I'm on the street, he sings, "There's a lot of friendly people that I like to meet, they shake my hand but never ask my name, and they start asking questions that are always the same." The questions deal with everything from the famous manure scene to whether hoverboards are real. It's a movie. He sings, "Stop asking me the questions." Despite this attitude, Wilson has shown up with the rest of the cast at a handful of major conventions in recent years. Unlike Reunited Apart, they pay people to participate. And once he's on the stage in front of the fans, he's extremely jovial and engaging. But you can't blame the guy for not wanting to tell the same stories years after year. It should be noted that Crispin Glover is the only Back to the Future cast member less interested in things like fan conventions and reunions than Wilson. He refused to even be in the sequels, at least for the money they were offering, and he sued the producers when they cast a look-alike in the second movie. He's still pretty bitter about the whole thing. Hey, maybe he should write a song about it. Article 10 of 112. WHO drops a haunting statement about the coronavirus COVID-19 tweettown.com 6 hours ago. The World
delivery tomorrow. I'll be coming back this way, wash out right here, directly to my left, and then be heading down to Olathe, Kansas. You're in Childers, all right. You're heading away from Fort Worth or toward Fort Worth? Where are you going away from Fort Worth? Because I think you said you're going to Tulare, right? I mean, Turlock? Yeah, Turlock. So you're going toward Amarillo then? Miles to go from here to Chillicothe. Dipshit decided to speed up after I passed him earlier. Yesterday it was over 100 degrees when I shut down in Sydney.
Your internet habits as millions remain quarantined at home. By Janice Rose. May 13, 2020, 7:32 p.m. Share. Tweet snap. The U.S. Senate has voted to give law enforcement agencies access to web browsing data without a warrant, dramatically expanding the government's surveillance powers in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. The power grab was led by Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell as part of a reauthorization of the Patriot Act, which gives federal agencies broad domestic surveillance powers. Since Ron Wyden, DOR, and Steve Daines, RMT, attempted to remove the expanded powers from the bill with a bipartisan amendment. But in a shock upset, the privacy-preserving amendment fell short by a single vote after several senators who would have voted yes failed to show up to the session, including Bernie Sanders. 9 Democratic senators also voted no, causing the amendment to fall short of the 60-vote threshold it needed to pass. The Patriot Act should be repealed in its entirety, set on fire and buried in the ground, Evan Greer, the deputy director of Fight for the Future, told Motherboard. It's one of the worst laws passed in the last century, and there is zero evidence that the mass surveillance programs it enables have ever saved a single human life. The vote comes at a time when internet usage has skyrocketed, with tens of millions of Americans quarantined at home during the COVID-19 pandemic. Privacy advocates have warned for over a decade that allowing warrantless access to web search queries and browsing history allows law enforcement to easily crack down on activists, labor organizers, or anyone else the government deems a threat. Today the Senate made clear that the purpose of the Patriot Act is to spy on Americans, no warrants or due process necessary, Dayton Young, director of product at Fight for the Future, told Motherboard. Any lawmaker who votes to reauthorize the Patriot Act is voting against our constitutionally protected freedoms, and there's nothing patriotic about that. Tag. Surveillance, Bernie Sanders, FBI, Ron Wyden, Patriot ACT, Sen. Ron Wyden. More like this tech. This secretive surveillance company is selling cops cameras hidden in gravestones by Joseph Cox. Tech. California police have been illegally sharing license plate reader data by Todd Feathers. Tech. Weapon detecting AI. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. How does an aircraft maintain precise speed, e.g., in formation flying or refueling? John Tringali, former C-17 pilot, Lieutenant Colonel of U.S. Air Force 1993-2014. Answered May 11, 2020. Author has 1.7K answers and 2.5M answer views. There are a few techniques we use as pilots. In multi-engine planes we walk the throttles, where you move one a little, then follow up with the other. This way you get a sort of null value. With jets you have to make 3 power corrections for every movement, so if you are falling a little aft and need to move forward you add a little power, take it all out, then add half of it back in again. The first boost is to get you moving, then pull to lead the need to stop in a new position, then half back in to keep the new power setting. It's much easier with small light aircraft and harder with big heavy ones. When air refueling it gets worse because as the fuel is transferred from tanker to receiver you get heavier and the tanker gets lighter, so they need less power as you need more and you each have to make small adjustments. Fighters don't have much fuel to transfer and don't have to fly on the boom for long, but I've been in a C-7. That jet had basically 4 tanks, one for each engine. There were actually more with the ER and each tank had cells, but you can easily just think of it as one tank feeding one engine. The inboards were connected to the fuselage tanks, effectively making them bigger, so you would be taking on gas at whatever it was, 9,600 pounds per minute. I forget, but anyway, the outboard tanks would get full and then the fuel transfer rate would cut in half as you could only fill the inboards, so after getting tired concentrating and moving the stick around like balancing a broom on your palm for 10 minutes, you had another 10 to go instead of 5. At night, in the clouds, over the Black Sea or the Azores or something. I hated it. Long story short, pilots. The answer to your question is pilots. 16.6K views. You 224 upvoters. You sharers. About the author. John Tringali. 30 plus years as a pilot, civil prop, military and airline jet. Pilot at major U.S. airline 2015 present. MS. Aeronautical Operations Technicians, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University graduated 2005. Lives in Georgia 2015 present. 2.5 M content views 133.6K this month. You 2 other answers to this question. Open in app. Sign in. What's the fastest you've wiped a smirk off of someone's face? Roger Way, mechanical engineer. Answered May 15, 2020. I was born in China and moved to Canada at age 4. One of the first Canadian traditions I adopted was hockey, on ice and off. I had proper ice skating classes, and then just picked up a stick whenever we had hockey time at the local rink. My family decided to move back to China as I finished elementary school. I discovered a new indoor ice rink had recently opened in a major mall. So of course, I get my ice-deprived bum over there double time. Now, I need to mention that in China, many people seem to have some sort of superiority complex no matter the activity or area of life. Whenever I'm playing a pickup game of volleyball or basketball, or even street side game at a night market, I constantly hear bystanders commenting that I, or any other participant, is doing this wrong or that wrong, often with a dismissive tone. This observation is simply relevant to my answer. I'm not trying to besmirch the general populace of China. I'm aware this type of attitude is present in all countries. So I walk up to the rental counter to check out a pair of skates. The guy hands me a pair of figure skates. I point to the hockey skates and say I want those. The guy scoffs at me and says the hockey skates are for the skillful skaters only. I think to myself that this guy probably fell flat on my face every time. Most Chinese dialects are understandable by the average Mandarin speaker, but Shanghainese is quite different and sounds almost like another language. My accent probably gave me away that I'm not local, but I have Shanghainese friends and I've pestered them to teach me some Shanghainese over the years. Anyway, I'm brimming with excitement as I strap on the skates. After many years off ice, I start off noticeably wobbly, and I hear a snicker from the counter, but I quickly regain my balance. I take a couple laps around the rink to get a feel of the ice and the skates, then I speed up, relishing the cold air rushing past my face and breathing in that ice rink smell. Then, as all ice skaters do, I start skating towards a wall. Me. Oh my mother, what is that guy doing? Quote dot. Just as I'm about to crash, I twist my body and turn my blades parallel to the wall, dig my full weight into the ice, and go from full speed to dead still in a span of a couple of inches. The effect of blades scraping ice with such force as an icy mist sprayed 2 to 3 meters into the air. I grinned as I noted how high I managed to spray the ice, but also lamented how out of practice I was, as I used to spray it even higher. I turn around to keep skating, and I see the counter guy, and all his coworkers, as if frozen in time, just staring at me with their eyes wide open and mouths completely agape. 10.6K views.
I'm able to see what you guys are saying still. Sort of. Kind of cheating, but Now earlier I just streamed straight from YouTube.
to outthink law enforcement?
Just under 20 minutes ago.
Answered March 16, 2020. Author has 629 answers and 262.5k answer views. Sure, in my experience cops are not that smart, especially county cops. The county put a badge on anybody that doesn't have a felony record. What I have seen the county cop, a lot of them when they were kids in school they were made fun of. This type of cop has that badge and pistol, the power goes to their head and don't obtain within the law. One reason, their knowledge of the law not very high. That not case in all county cops. If it the FBI, CIA or state police, then they are smarter than county cops. Still, any law enforcement agencies can be outthought. The first thing to outsmart cop is to remember a cop didn't witness a crime. The second thing, all cops' main weapon is using a lie. The third thing, if a cop is trying to get information from you, then this cop going on his opinion that you are guilty, that needs more evidence to arrest you. So don't say a word even with a lawyer present. Do not sign anything. When a citizen writing a statement, if you look in big black letters, voluntary statement. When a cop read you the Miranda warning, if he does, don't sign these documents. There no law that a citizen had to sign anything if a document is not signed, it not a legal document until it has a signature. Don't even plead the fifth. Pleasing the fifth makes you look guilty of a crime. When a citizen is a suspect in a crime, 99.9% of the time they're going to talk. Now a suspect can tell the cop exactly what the cops need to obtain and write out the voluntary statements and sign it without the cops having a legal document that will stand up in a court of law. It will give them enough evidence to arrest you. So it is best to not say a word. You will have to have a good lawyer to keep this out of the court system. When making your statement verbally, video, audio is written. If this evidence is in hearsay, that what I was told that happens or I read it on Facebook, then tell them the whole story. That would be hearsay evidence. There can be some type of hearsay evidence entering a court of law. So you better have a good lawyer. Don't say a word. Also, when you make your statement and you make this statement to where it is a not credible statement. Well, I had been drinking at the time. It was dark at the time. Here again, you better have a good lawyer. Don't say a word. Now you could be held for 24 to 48 hours just questioning. They still could arrest you even without enough evidence, but they have to obtain enough evidence before your arraignment. Accused has to be arraigned within 48 to 72 hours. If you get arrested on a Friday, it will be 72 hours. The best way to hide your crime is you do this crime all by yourself. If two people know something that you don't want anyone else to know, then it was only safe when one of them dies. Also, a cop, when they have you under surveillance, you will know it. Stop what you are doing and get rid of evidence, no matter how little. Then lie low. Keep your mouth shut. 1K views. You 12 upvoters. You sharers. About the author. Blue Brock. Q. Lustru Honesty. Disc jockey at Matrix Sound 1980 present. Studied just one semester to go. I'll have my paralegal degree in law. DJ, coach, pool shark, can do almost anything. 303.9k content views, 80.2k this month. Active in 17 spaces. 33 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact languages. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open in app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read. Open in app. Sign in. What are some of the unusual facts about world history? Akram O'Daly, studied at Palestine. Answered April 27, 2020. Upvoted by Stephen Dusher, M.A. History, Wright State University, and Hugh Weller Lewis, M.A. Literature and Social Sciences, The Open University, 1991. Author has 789 answers and 7.1 m answer views. The American soldiers who guarded Saddam Hussein in his last weeks genuinely grieved for him. The Prisoner in His Palace, a new book by Will Vardenwerper, a former infantry officer and Pentagon employee. I feel like I let him down, Specialist Adam Rogerson told Vardenwerper. It was as if he had lost a family member. I almost feel like a murderer, like I killed a guy the first was close to. Saddam loved Dostoevsky and Naguib Mahfouz, and after being captured, he frequently requested reading and writing materials. You must understand, I am a writer, he told John Nixon, a CIA interrogator, and what you are doing by depriving me of pen and paper amounts to human rights abuse.
Just about to get my
After
speed
that,
up.
he was handed to some U.S. Army soldiers to guard him, and those 12 soldiers were called the Super 12. One of those soldiers even called him a caged lion. Over the time they spent with him, Saddam shared many stories and smoked cigars, and it seems that the 13 men became friends. 1.6 M views.
Four-wheelers pulling trailers. Seals make it a real pain in the ass to deal with them.
Refit and operate the USS Missouri. Douglas Lally, professional photographer 2010 present. Updated February 12, 2019. Author has 183 answers and 1.3 M answer views. Well, first it's just a silly movie and not to be taken seriously. Battleship is such a fantastically dumb film yet a satisfying action, sci-fi flick if you knew nothing about how these ships are actually operated. I will say the Thunderstruck sequence was damn cool and even had me wishing it could really happen that way. Reality is no way in hell. I served on 2 Iowa-class, Wisconsin and Iowa. They were the only ships I sailed on in my illustrious, short-lived naval career. From first-hand knowledge derived from living on board and working with men whose job it was to keep these antiques, and that's not meant as disrespect, they are indeed antiques, running and functional, I can tell you it was not an easy task. Although the 4 Iowas were modernized with new weapons systems, living spaces, radar, and CIC equipment, the gun batteries and propulsion plants, indeed most of the moving parts of the ship, were still original 1930s technology. And they broke down frequently without new parts to replace them. That meant having to fabricate parts or otherwise improvise, as no shipyard was manufacturing parts for battleships any longer. Additionally, the ships often showed their age with minor flooding, fuel leaks, and even the occasional engine room fire. More importantly, operating a battleship requires specialized training. Steam turbine engines powered by heavy fuel oil boilers, radar-guided fire control, and 1650 CAL Mark 7 guns are long outdated technologies that would need to be relearned by a new crew, as the Navy no longer trains people in these skills. I can't say for certain how long that would take, but I would say a minimum of 6 months to a year. Additionally, unlike in the film, the entire ship would need to be inspected and all systems tested and repaired as necessary. It would need to be rearmed and refueled. It would require a minimum crew of 800 to safely and effectively operate it. You hear a lot of talk about possibly bringing these old ladies back into service, usually by armchair admirals who have no idea what that would take. The purpose of course being that no other ship can match their firepower or provide raw naval gunfire support with the range and devastation these ships can offer. Or even their speed. Don't be fooled by their massive size, these babies can cook. The naval planners who designed the class built everything around their ability to outgun and outrun. At the time of their last decommissioning some 27 years ago, they were still among the fastest ships in the fleet. Yet, it seems ridiculous to look to 75-year-old ships to fulfill those needs, as if we can't develop a modern platform to do the job. There has always been a lingering, persistent measure of romance surrounding the last surviving battleships, as they are and will always be fixtures of minds in search of reliving past glory. But I say just leave them alone. They are magnificent anachronistic beasts that have done their job. They belong to another era and they should be carefully preserved for future generations. Tangible teak-decked relics of a distant past when a free nation, suffering from a depression and unprepared for a global war, still helped save an imperiled world by launching the 4 best and most badass 50,000 tons of fuck you. Like this. 14.8k views. You 262 upvoters. You sharers. About
Should be about 5 miles out. Utica, Missouri, just ahead, just up here to the left.
App. Sign in. What is British humor and why do some people dislike it? Jock Scott, Nunn Primary School Education and
Hi,
Literature
Lisa.
and
Here's
Language,
one.
Michigan
Lisa
State
and Tom.
University,
Here's one for you guys.
1966. Answered May 15, 2020. Author has 3.4k answers and 385.8k answer views. I read this one quite some time ago, I don't remember where. During World War II, the Germans were building a dummy airfield on the French coast to draw British fire. From high altitude, the British pilots watched them stock it with blow-up tanks and planes. When it was finished, the Brits flew over it and dropped a rubber bomb. 2.9k views. You 54 upvoters. About the author. Jock Scott. Nunn Primary School Education and Literature and Language, Michigan State University, graduated 1966. Lives in Indianapolis, in. 385.8k content views, 59.5k this month. You 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact languages. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open in app. Article 19 of 110. Answer, Quora. Was happening. Chris Espinoza had a crappy childhood. Answered May 15, 2020. Author has 245 answers and 1.2 m answer views. Years ago, I was a cop in a small town. One night, I received a call of a domestic disturbance. I was the only officer on duty at that time. County was dealing with an accident on the interstate along with state troopers. A game warden was close by, so he volunteered to provide backup and arrived within seconds of my arrival. We both heard yelling inside a mobile home followed by loud crashing sounds. We made entry. Some idiot was holding a knife in his hand while approaching a woman, his wife. The warden, I'll call him Dave, and I drew our weapons and the idiot dropped the knife. I handcuffed him behind his back and read him the Miranda Act after I searched his person. My intentions were to get him in my patrol car, have Dave watch him while I spoke with the woman. It didn't happen that way. I was in front as we were exiting the mobile home. The idiot lunged at me and pushed me over the railing of the home's porch. I landed more on my neck than anything else. The guy followed and landed on me, did a quick flop and somehow got his handcuffs in front of him, and went for my pistol. As he unholstered it, I yelled out, "Gun!" and grabbed his hands. Dave drew his pistol and placed the guy in a chokehold, pulling on him as I tried to wrestle my pistol from him. Mind you, I still was messed up from the fall, so my coordination was shot. The pain was intense, I never fully recovered. I saw the barrel pointed at my head and he was pulling the trigger. I did the only thing that came to mind. I bit his thumb. He screamed and let go of my pistol just as Dave knocked him out with a good punch to the head. Seconds later, deputies, troopers and the county ambulance arrived on scene. Even a couple of officers from a neighboring city heard the "officer down" call as they were passing by and arrived. Someone had called 911 and told them I had been shot. The other officers took custody of the guy while Dave picked me up and sat me down on a nearby porch step. He was sobbing from emotion and I could tell he was angry. I don't know how long the fight for my life lasted. I don't know what happened to the guy that almost killed me. I don't know who called 911. I do know if Dave had not been there, I would not be writing this. That's what shocks me. 28.8k views.
Wow, why are
You
already
486 upvoters. You sharers. Answer requested by
Like I might be able to get a spot in between those two flatbed trucks. Yeah. How the fuck are these truck stops filling up so damn early? I don't get it. Well, there's actually a couple spots over there. Park over here by Chillicothe Transports. They got a reefer trailer. Try to avoid parking near flatbed drivers because they tend to not be able to handle noise. So caught up trying to avoid this barrier that lost sight of where the trailer was going. So watching for my ICC, not ICC bar, but watching my deer guard up in my hood mirror to see where I was at in relation to the obstacles there. I need to straighten out. Tandems are positioned good, but trailer is pointing at the wrong angle. estimated this whole trip. My receiver is only about a mile east of here. Just all I have to do is get back on 36 and then make a left turn into on that street that goes up to the industrial park, and then make a right turn, go across this little set of railroad tracks, and then right there on the right side of there, that street is where my customer is. Let's see, almost 4. They're surprised it is 4. Yeah. Okay, so RJ had the same problem yesterday when I got to the Loves in Sidney, Nebraska. 5:15 in the afternoon, and there were only like maybe 2 or 3 spots open. At this hour, I couldn't believe it. You know, I've been to that same Loves before at like 7 or even 8 p.m. and seen like half the lot available. It does sometimes fill up, but just found it odd that it was that much ridiculous. It was that full, whatever. And then Cody and I were talking when we were on our 30-minute break, when we met up in Lincoln, and he said he was noticing the same thing on the way over here, on the way over to Lincoln from he picked up in Virginia. So it's definitely picked up as far as the freight, at least up here on I-80. That, or we just happen to be coming through at a time when there's a lot more truck traffic just naturally coming through. And this morning when I first started my shift, it was mostly almost all reefer trucks at first. So I figured there must be a lot of meat loads going westbound from, because the meat patch area is basically where I'm at. From here in Missouri, going on up toward like I don't know if I'd say Wisconsin, but yeah, I mean they got meat plants up in even Wisconsin, because I've actually done pickups at the JBS plant up in Green Bay. So yeah, even up there they have meat, a lot of meat plants. Just reefer truck after reefer truck after reefer truck, all going west on 80 this morning. Then I finally started to see every so often a van trailer or a flatbedder. It seemed like at least a good 80% of the trucks I saw this morning were pulling reefer trailers. I am all done. It only did like 561.8 is what I logged, but the reality is I think just a hair over 550 what I really covered. So I mean I'm right by the customers. I can PC over there tomorrow when it's time to deliver. I don't deliver till 13 something. Let me double check. 13:20, that's what I thought it was. So 13:20 Central Time, that's 1:20 p.m. for those of you guys who don't know military time. Central Time, so 11:20 a.m. for my wife or anyone else on the West Coast. 2:20 p.m. for those of you guys on the East Coast. I won't be streaming that because it's just a short trip right over there, and who knows how long I'll be there, probably a few hours or something. But when I'm ready to leave there, I'll be heading straight over across 36 to get my trailer washed out. Hopefully the place is still open by the time I get over there. And then head down to Olathe, Kansas, which basically I'll get over to I-35, which I crossed about 35 miles ago, whatever it was. Head over there, which is also where the trailer wash or truck wash is that I'm going to use. Then I'll take 35 south from there into Kansas City, and then continue on 35 past Kansas City and into Kansas. And Olathe is down there by where US 169 and I-35 meet. I'll be picking up there. It's that load is due for pickup, I think tomorrow afternoon at 1700. Well, this says actually 0117 tomorrow morning, so there's no chance of me picking it up on time. I thought I saw 1700 or something also. But that one is due on the 1st of July in Clearfield, Utah, which is about 30 miles north of Salt Lake City. Now, that's actually right where Cody lives. But, yeah, I think I can get that there on the 30th. Okay, I think later in the day on the 30th, there's not an appointment time set up for it yet, and it's probably going to be a drop and hook delivery too, from based on my experience with Americold. So that's what's in store. I know, Cody, you deliver on the 1st also, but over in Portland. So I'm guessing I'm going to be, if all goes as planned, I'll already be done with my load, and again.
You have 2 hours and 18 minutes of remaining drive time.
I gotta double check my clock because I got 28:16 left on my 70. I gotta make sure that's enough to cover. I think it is, because 30 hours at 60 miles an hour, that's 1,800 miles, and I don't. The load is only, it's not even 1,100 miles, plus about, what, maybe 150, or if even that, of deadhead. Take a look. Okay, so I'm getting paid 114 deadhead, so it could be up to 150 deadhead miles, somewhere in that ballpark. Maybe not quite that far. And then loaded miles, 1078, so it's not even 1,200 miles total. So to me, it sounds like I have more than enough hours on my clock to work with to go to pick up that load and then get it to Clearfield, Utah on time, without running out of clock. But me having to sit here in Chillicothe for a full day before I can deliver the load, or almost a full day, probably means I might get into my recap hours, possibly, but before I can do much. But we'll take a look, because I think I have.
You have 2 hours and 18 minutes of remaining drive.
I don't need that thing, so I can see. Okay, I got basically 3 days of no recap still coming in, and then the 4th day is I think 1 hour and some odd minutes. My last reset was on June 23rd. Let me show you guys. We went over this yesterday as well, but just for added insight. Alright, so my last reset was on June 23rd. Let me go off duty real quick. I get out and do a walk around. Let's show you. I think I might have a leak on the right side of my engine bay area too. But all right, so 623. So I'm going to look over here on the 8-day page. 623 is the first day I might get any recaps back, but because I didn't do anything on 623. See, 0 hours logged. 0 miles, 0 hours driven, 0 hours on duty. So basically I don't get anything back in any of the next 3 nights. And then the 4th night I get an hour and 34 back on my clock, which is basically nothing. So come on, get out of here. Alright, so tonight I get 0 back. It says 938, but because I did a 34-hour reset on this day, everything below that doesn't count. This day, if I had any time on that day, it would count. But everything below that would not count. So tonight I get 0 back, even though it says 938. I deliver tomorrow, and then I get 0 back again. And then I get 0 back again. And I think that's, then after I get 0 back there, I think is when I deliver in Clearfield. That's it. So 8 days after that, 631. There aren't 31 days in June. It'd be July 1st. So that would be the day where I would deliver my load, and I would probably only have about 7 hours, if even that, left. See, 1,200 or 1,200 miles. I would need at least 20 hours to work with. So, and I got 2813, so I probably have about 813 to work with after once I'm done. And then I get an hour and 34 back. That actually might be enough to work with on a reload. Especially, I can run past midnight and pick those up, and then I'd have to wait till midnight the next day before I can do anything with that. But these are good recaps right here. It's just once I deliver, well, what I'll probably end up having to do is wait till later in the day, or well, I don't even not even necessarily that. I could run. I'd probably be able to run a pretty decent shift, not a full shift, but a decent shift, and then use that 134 there with that shift, or start my next shift that rolls into those recaps with that 134, something along that line. Just depends on how that goes. So. To put it simply, when I get this load delivered, because the 24 hours or 21 hours that I have to wait here before I can deliver this load here in town, it doesn't look like I'm going to need a 34-hour reset. It looks like I'll be able to get the next load delivered to Clearfield, and then maybe run the later part of the day into the second, and with another load or toward another load or something along that line. Alright, ice, last day of holiday, then back to work tomorrow. Damn, it seemed like it went by kind of fast. Could have sworn you were... How long were you on holiday? Like a whole week or something? I thought you were going to be on holiday for longer than that for some reason. But it didn't really seem like it was that long. Just gaming and chilling out. Cody, 80 miles out from Sydney. You're going to shut down at the Loves. All right, hopefully you can find parking there. Well, I mean, it is... Sydney's in a mountain time zone, so it's only a little after 3 p.m. there now. So, and if you're 80 miles out, then that'd be by 4:30 or so. Hopefully you'll find parking there. At least you'd be getting there earlier than I did. So I would say it increase your chances of being able to find a spot. Right. With what's been going on here across 80, I don't know. It's just good luck. Alright, June only has 30 days. Correct. Now, speaking of that, one of the ways I was just teaching my daughter. Was it Nathan? Nora, are you still on here? I was working with somebody not long ago, and you were, I don't remember if it was Nathan or Allie or who. I think it was Nathan, right? Yeah, I think it was pretty sure it was Nathan. How many, basically which months have how many days, and there's an easy rule of thumb that I taught him. The first half of the year, the odd-numbered months have 31 days. And then July and August are the only 2 months where adjacent months have 31 days. And then after you get July and August, then all of the even-numbered months have 31 days, not the odd. And so, first half of the year, all the odd-numbered days have 31. The even-numbered days have 30, except for February, which has 28, of course. And then in February, when it's a leap year, has 29. And then from August on to December, the even-numbered months have 31 days. Odd-numbered months have 30. So that's the real simple way that I remember it. That was Chloe. I thought it was Nathan. I was pretty sure it was Nathan. Because we were at the kitchen table. I remember we were talking about that, and I know you were right there when I did that. I wonder, why is my engine idling a little high? Because I must have been bumping the cruise control button because my cruise control was still armed. We kept pushing them to memorize it. Yeah, rote memorization works great. Why it's not a why they don't focus on it enough so much anymore in school, I don't know. They do all this freaking, what do they call it? What's that, that other stupid curriculum you guys do, dear? Brain farting on it. I know the name of it, it's not coming to my head right now. Because, okay. 30 days at September, April, June, and November. Saying we have to remember the days of, yeah. I remember that same saying there, Lisa. When I was young, I remember that was one. I think it was like a nursery rhyme book or some kind of encyclopedia or whatever the hell it was. Where I remember that exact same cliche or the whatever. I don't remember that part though. I just look at the pattern, like how the numbers are from month to month, and I figured out, hey, all the odd numbered months have 31 until you get to July and August, and then those are the only 2 months where they both have where adjacent months have 31 days, and then it's even numbered months with 31. Everything else has 30 except February. Studies show that they don't work. Stupid study. Yeah, Common Core, that's it. Okay, rote memorization works extremely well. I did very well on a lot of military written exams because of rote memorization. I've done very well in school when I wanted to because of rote memorization. I almost aced a chemistry exam, final exam that covered the entire year because of rote memorization. You can't tell me that shit doesn't work. And learning Spanish or other language, or even Italian, whatever, flashcards. You know, Dora will tell you about that. I'll put stuff down on a flashcard, and then just one of my regular study habits when I was in the Air Force, when let's say I had to study for a written test. Yeah, I guess the flashcard's right here. They don't really have, most of them don't have anything written on them. Well, I have some with some Spanish words on them, like el bocón. So, okay, I don't remember what el bocón means because it's been so long since I've looked at it, and I don't use the word. It's a big mouth. Somebody with a big mouth, a motor mouth. So maybe it's a slang. But all right, so my practice there, because this might be something you guys could also find useful. Cody, you and I talked about studying for something in particular before, and this will help you out, right? So what I would normally do, I'd take about 10 of these cards, maybe 20, but no more than 20, maybe 10 at a time. And then I'd have a stock of cards sitting right there. Okay, start off with these 10. This is rote memorization, how effective it is. I would look at, okay, el bocón. And then I'd make myself remember, what does that mean? What is el bocón? It's a noun. I know what it is. Okay, it's the person with the big mouth. Alright, so I know the answer to that one now. So what I would do, I would put this down over on the side and no longer look at it. And then I'd replace it with something that's over in this other pile and put it in the back of my pile here, and then I go to the next one. Okay, this one's blank, but just pretend. There's something written on here, and it's like, maybe it's something I'm having a hard time with. Like, if it's not something I could just instantly, like, right off the bat, I know it, right? Just like that. What happens is when I'm done with it, it comes back here to the back of the pile. And then I go to the next one. Every time I get one, like, right off the bat, I know it like it's nothing. I'll move it over to this discard pile, and I'll grab another out of the stock pile and put it in the back of what's in my hand. And then anytime I have a hard time with one that's in here, if I have to go through it several times, it goes back into the back, and then it comes back to the front eventually. And because one of the common things with memorization, because you have a short-term memory, and medium-term memory, and a long-term memory. It usually takes at least 3 times of something being in your short-term memory before your brain will start to try to transfer it into the long-term memory. So the more you keep seeing it, and the more you keep practicing it, the more it's going to start working itself into your longer term memory as well as your short term. And so you keep seeing it over and over and over again, and it's like, oh, okay, that's right, that's what it is. And then you can just keep practicing it. To go back through it every day, you're going to find that certain words that you were having a hard time with one day, the very next day you do the same drill over again, you're going to find that some of the words you were having trouble with, you know a lot quicker. You're still going to find that you're going to struggle with some of them, but so what? Just keep going through it and through it and through it again like this. It's a damn effective way of memorizing. Trust me, I can tell you from first-hand experience doing it myself that it works really, really well. Yes, it does. How did we learn our multiplications and division? Yes, exactly. Chloe, when she was, let's say in 3rd grade, learning multiplications, that same thing. But didn't we have her doing flashcards for that too? Just going over and over and over. I don't remember. How do we learn to spell, especially in English? Wrote. There you go. A motor mouth is an ossicon. Okay. Well, el bocon, where I got that from something. I don't know what. I don't remember what source I used. I don't know if I got it from that book you gave me to study or if I got it from a different source. Might have been slang or whatever. I might have gotten it from an online source, like a discussion, and drop the L for bocon. Well, what is now? See, this is where I have some trouble. Is the difference between using ossicon and bocon? I figured out el bocon from something. I don't remember where though. Bocon is a big mouth too, but ossicon is commonly used. We don't use too many articles in Espanol. Okay, now, as far as the articles are concerned, should we have a distinction there between Castilian Spanish versus Mexican Spanish? Like, do Castilian Spanish speakers, do they use the articles more, or do they shorthand a lot of stuff too, just like Mexicans do? So those of you guys who aren't familiar, no, that's in all Spanish. Okay, all right, good. Yeah, those of you guys who aren't really familiar, Spanish, there are a lot of different dialects of it, just like there are a lot of different dialects of English. So, okay, like Lisa, Ice 187 DNA, and then Tom. I don't think Tom's on here still, is he? He was on earlier. I don't know if he's still on here. I haven't seen him on in a while, but okay, they're from the UK, and oddly, they both speak different dialects of UK English, or as an American might call it Queen, or not necessarily American, but some people might call it Queen's English. That would be what you'd call the more traditional form of English. Versus American English, now we have different dialects of American English too. American English is another dialect, and then American English breaks down into several other sub-dialects, like the Southern English. Just regular American English. You got Southern Californian dialect. You have the Boston dialect, whatever, stuff like that. So like American, like Southern Cal American English, it has a lot more fusion of I guess you could call it Spanglish, or more American words, but maybe pronounced in a more Spanish type of way, because we're so used to, look at what all of our cities are named. Like, they're all Spanish names, for the most part. But, okay, Spanish though, Castilian Spanish is what you would really consider the traditional form of Spanish. And then you have, like in Mexico, they speak different dialects there. They kind of a general dialect there, and then they break down more into sub-dialects. Dora can give you a lot more of that. Okay, 10 dialects of Spanish. Alright, that's just in U.S. or Mexico? Or is that worldwide Spanish? I would assume there are more than 10 dialects worldwide of Spanish. Because I know we've talked Puerto Ricans, they have a dialect they use that's different from Mexican. And then Mexicans have different dialects depending on what part of the country you're from. Dominicans, I'm sure they have a different, I don't know, do they use the same kind of dialect as Puerto Ricans, or each state has a different dialect? Okay. They dropped the R's, alright. Sounds like someone from Boston then. Or maybe certain parts of like New York, New Jersey, where they tend to not know how to pronounce an R. Car. Go get my car. I want to know, Tara, yeah, I don't know if she's lurking or whatever, but I'm gonna have to ask her sometime, because she's from Massachusetts. She's originally from, she spent a lot of time in the past in California. I don't know if she's originally from California, but she used to live in Cali, so I don't know that she'd necessarily have an accent that you might expect from somebody from Massachusetts, but she lives there now. I'm sure she probably developed some kind of an accent comparable to them. It'd be kind of interesting. They're out there pronouncing like I's. Cubans talk faster than I do. Oh my god, and you talk too fast as it is. I'm like, I can't wrap my head around sometimes, like even in English you're like huh? What the hell did you say? You know you're a faster talker than I am. I can type it really fast, but when it comes to spoken language, sometimes I need people to slow it down a little bit, and because a lot of times I like to really get all of the words in context. I do not talk that fast in English. Yes, you do. Well, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. I think sometimes when you've had your Red Bull or something, you're like, don't lie, you talk fast in English. And oddly, I can generally keep up with what you're talking about when you're talking Spanish with your mom or whoever else, but at least I get the context of what you're saying. I can't really speak it, but I hear enough of the words that I understand, that I get the context of what's being talked about, even if I don't know every single word that's said. Leave my Red Bull alone. Red Bull gives you wings. As long as they don't give you red wings. Watch my stupid novellas, they work. Yeah, I gotta study more on I like to watch, because even with the English language, how I got good with learning like English vocabulary is from reading news articles, reading the newspaper, or media sites, whatever. They're experts in English. Because you got the main editor, they're professionals at writing. They want to make, that's a really heavy part of their education. So learning, reading from newspapers, or like news media sources in a particular language is a great way to learn about grammar, punctuation, spelling, vocabulary, context. So you might see a word, even in English, I might see a big word or something get used. I'm like, what does this word mean? But I can understand from the way they're using it what it probably means, and then I can look it up and confirm, or it might be something totally different from what I thought it did. But but you can get a lot of good ideas from it just by watching how people use the words. And that's how I got good at spelling also. I won a spelling bee once when I was a kid. And I was always like the first, second place guy in elementary school, and then I always went pretty deep in the district spelling contest too, or spelling bees every year when I was in elementary school. But vocabulary sucks. SAT test, I remember when I was in school, I was awesome at math. Yeah, I got a 700 on the math SAT, but vocabulary I sucked. Couldn't cut it. I just didn't have the exposure or the practice on all the different things about English linguistics. The understanding of English linguistics can have a huge impact on how well you can do vocabulary SAT. Even though most of us are adults, but beside the point. Understanding what the basic meaning of a word is just because of the root or the core of the word, whatever, the Latin core of it, can give you a lot of insight into what the word means. Reading books helps with my English vocabulary. Yeah, that would help. My novellas, reading books, that's another one where a professional editor probably proofread everything to make sure everything was done correctly, spelled correctly, punctuated correctly, and whatever. Sentence structure was done right, paragraph structure, whatever, so on and so on. So yeah, that's a good example. Good point there. Books are another great way if you want to learn whatever the language is. Novellas, those help me with keeping up with it. Listening to the language helps retain it. I'm going to go ahead and take a look, see if I can find out if there's anything leaking on the right side of my engine, because here, let me pick this up there, because I'm also getting the colloquial language done. Yeah. Alright. Okay, I'm not going to be able to see you guys talking when I take the phone out there, but until I come back and look at it on the tablet. But give you kind of, before I get out there, the noisiness. When I've been doing my pre-trips, I'm not losing any fluid anywhere. I have all my engine oil is fine, the power steering fluid is fine, coolant is fine, clutch fluid is fine. But when I go look at the right side of the engine area, I keep seeing like some kind of fluid on my right side axle and the leaf spring area, mainly the axle. So I'm like, something's leaking over there, but I can't figure it out. I don't know. You have to go help Ellie with poly-side. Okay. Alright, but I also do that when the engine's not running. So, because I can't really effectively check the oil if the oil system's actually pressurized. So that's why I like to check I'll do the engine checks first with the engine shut off. And as soon as I get done looking at the engine, this might help you get James Kelly or anybody else who's newer to trucking. It's just a way you can do your pre-trips. It's not the way to do it. I'm just saying it's the way I do them. So they might help you out. I don't know if James is watching still. It's mostly all Dora I've been talking lately, but Lisa. But okay. That's the way I do my inspections though. When I first start, I like to go outside, check my lights, and then I'll open the hood up. And this is with the engine shut off. Open the hood up and then look around at everything I need to look at. All the fluids need to be fine. I'm looking for problems with tires, wheels, brakes, suspension like normal. On pre-trips, I don't tend to look that hard because I look at more of that stuff on the post trip. When I'm done driving the truck, then that's the better time to be looking at like suspension and brake parts and stuff. That way, if you have a problem, you can get it dealt with more quickly, or know right away. And then it's something that it's not going to change for overnight. The condition of a brake's not going to change overnight. It's going to change after I've been driving it. So that's why I check it. I check brakes for wear or adjustment and adjustment and stuff when I'm done driving. And in the morning whenever I go to start my shift, I'll just double check maybe check the tire pressures, making sure nothing leaked or whatever could change while the truck is sitting idle doing nothing is what I'm going to look at on a pre-trip. And then maybe do a DOT brake check also periodically. I'm not going to do them literally every single day. Like every single little detail, I'm not going to look at it literally every single pre-trip. But, okay, like tire pressures. I might check those every few days or so. And then, or if a tire looks like it might be getting low, then I'll spot check it. But more often than not, okay, I'll check it, and then a few days later, I'll check it again. And if there's nothing changed, then it tells me that we're good. It's just visual inspections when at the appropriate time. So pre-trips I can do pretty fast. But yeah, lights, liquids, and like tires, and anything where that could basically leak is mostly what I focus on in the morning. Also, I double check nobody's pulled my fifth wheel on me. You might want to watch for, depending on how you park your truck. It doesn't hurt necessarily to pull your glad hand hoses and double check to make sure nobody put a quarter inside your glad hand seals or something like that, because people are known to do that to mess with you. Yeah, because that's the most benign form of sabotage that someone can do to you. If you piss somebody off, or maybe they just don't like your company, they've been known to put a quarter in the glad hand, and then they put your glad hand back on, and then when you go to pressurize and try to drive off, because you think that you're getting air to the trailer because you're pushing air into the trailer, but the quarter blocks it. So now when you try to drive off, now the trailer drags or it just won't move, and then it's like, well, I can't figure it out. Why are my brakes not releasing? Take the glad hand off. Maybe there's a quarter in there that someone put in there to mess with you. So that's something to watch out for. But people will do other sabotage, like pull your fifth wheel lever on you. So, and there's no excuse not to look at it. You're supposed to be out there doing a pre-trip every day anyway. And especially for me, being a refrigerated freight driver, I gotta check my reefer unit to make sure it's still set at the correct temperature and that the product is actually at the correct temp. Right there, looking at the control panel, all I have to do is poke my head down to see that the lever is still where it's supposed to be. And if there's even a hint of a question about whether the lever is all the way in like it's supposed to be. I don't know if that's that flatbedder right there or someone else. He's having it. No, I think it's somebody else. It sounded like somebody a little further away. Okay, but yeah, you've probably seen drop trailer incidents, whether you're in one of the trucking groups on Facebook, maybe here on YouTube, you might have seen stuff, or maybe even if you're on Scotty's group. So I think people have posted drop trailer incidents on there. Yeah, Those happen because either people hook up to a trailer and don't properly visually inspect it to make sure it really is latched, or while they were parked, somebody pulled their fifth wheel on them and they failed to do a proper check on it before they started driving, and then when they start going forward, normally the trailer will go with them. Because there is some friction there between the fifth wheel and the apron on the trailer. The apron is the bottom of the trailer that the fifth wheel slides on. Once the trailer brakes are released, the trailer will follow you, but once you go to turn, they're breaking up the friction that is there between the fifth wheel and the apron, so it allows the trailer to fall off then. So almost always when you're in a turn is when a trailer falls off the truck. And yeah, and those can do some damage. One of my past trainees, I don't want to mention their name without their permission, but they had an incident where they dropped the trailer. Not while I was training them, but later. And they did a swap. They swapped loads with somebody, and then when they left the next morning, they swore that they were hooked up correctly, and dropped the trailer. And did some damage too. It damaged the glad hand hookups on the trailer. It tore up the box that the pigtail cable hooks up to. I can't remember if they needed new glad hand hoses or pigtail cable or not. I don't remember. I think they did, but I can't remember. But yeah, there was some damage done. Sometimes they'll do even a lot more damage where they'll actually destroy the entire landing gear and could even destroy the trailer. Depending on how heavy the load is, how hard it comes down, and all that kind of stuff, how balanced or what kind of surface it comes down on, it can be a mess. Alright. Progressive democracy, weak democracy, what in the world? Been watching while making dinner. I hate politics, yeah, me too. Mississippi is passing a bill to change the Confederate battle emblem from the state flag. For the love of God, it's history. Yeah, the whole Confederate thing, I have a hard... I try to stay indifferent, I guess, to that, because Confederate history is not part of my history, not my family history for the most part. Most of my family came from, or on my dad's side, came from like Ohio, Illinois, West Virginia, up by Wheeling and all that. Zanesville, Ohio. Guess what? That was one of my ancestors who founded that city. That's why it's called Zanesville. Wheeling, West Virginia. I mean, I was pretty much littered with Zanes back in the day. There's still several people in my extended family who live there today. Other areas up there. And then my mom's side all came down basically from, they basically were from France. They went over to Quebec. And then they came down from Quebec down to Minneapolis, St. Paul area. And then they kind of spread around however like that. My mom's side mostly is still, to this day, congregated or concentrated in the Minnesota area, over by Corey. I do the same. It is history, Dora, but not history that we should celebrate. Germany won't put anything regarding Nazis because it was a dark time. That's a good point there, Archie. We can agree that everybody finds everything. Finds the whole Nazi thing. Yes, this is live. How you doing, Willie King? Yeah, to not see that post. Why? Which post are you talking about? But okay, now Nazis. There actually there's some positives and some negatives that came from that, but yeah, now obviously it's it's highly offensive what they did, to the Jews and anybody else who wasn't white, to be honest. But our own interstate system, For those of you guys who you might not know, and a lot of you guys who regularly watch me do know, but some people who are newer to watch my channel might not, or you might be newer to, just might not know any better. I'll just go ahead and reiterate. Our interstate highway system here is called the Eisenhower Interstate System. The reason why it's called the Eisenhower Interstate System is because Dwight D. Eisenhower, one of our presidents that we had, of course, back in the 50s, he was a 5-star general in World War II. He was like the Allied Supreme Commander, for Europe, and so he oversaw the entire thing going on and throughout Europe, the European theater. And while he was there dealing with that, he saw how extremely effective the German Autobahn network was. And we all know what the Autobahn is. It's the German interstate system, basically. They saw it was extremely effective for keeping their troops supplied with their needs. And anybody with military background knows that the most effective military is one that it's not how fierce they are or whatever, it's how well you can keep them supplied. Whether you keep them supplied with troops to actually do the fighting, or keep the troops armed with supplied with weapons, ammo, or food, or medicine, or whatever else they need to sustain the fight. And if you don't have a good supply chain there to keep them constantly supplied and be able to move very quickly, you don't have a very good sustainable military. And that's why Germany's military, or part of why Germany's military was so so strong back in those days. And that was all from like Hitler and all them actually building that because of that. So there were some very brilliant ideas that came from the Nazi Party, but obviously it's extremely disgusting what the Nazis did, with Jews and everybody else who wasn't white. They even had like this utopian thing they tried to do with the Olympics, where they tried to have the best athletes mate with all the women or whatever. So I'm kind of sketchy on the details on that, but he was trying to create this perfect society where it's all just like these perfect athletic males with the perfect athletic females, and was trying to get them to just reproduce like crazy, like Mormons or Catholics or something. No offense to Mormons or Catholics, I'm just saying that's how you create more influences. If this is what your ideal society is, then you try to procreate like that. Alright, okay, Dora, you didn't see, Argyles? We said it is history, but not history that we should celebrate. Germany won't put anything regarding Nazis because it was a dark time. You didn't see those comments? That was a really good point you brought up there, though, RG, because it's not really a way I really considered looking at our current issues here in America. It's a really interesting way to put it. And let's see, what's the point in bringing down statues, monuments, changing the names of things, and dropping the white from products? I'm not white, and I'm not offended. Next thing you know, a white T-shirt will be called a no colors. Okay, now we talked about also some of these issues yesterday morning, was it? I think it was yesterday morning, wasn't it? When I was going through from Snowville down to Rollins. Yeah, the Snowville to Rollins feed. We were talking about that, and I was kind of saying, well, tell me who on this earth doesn't have something about themselves that others might find abhorrent or whatever. I can tell you here plenty about myself that would offend other people, but it doesn't mean I'm a bad person. It just means that we might have different values, or hey, I'm human. I'm not going to call myself a saint. I sure as hell am not one. I'm not just a complete piece of shit asshole, but definitely has some rough edges, and you'd be hard pressed to find anybody who doesn't have at least some rough edges. And something else to consider there is like, okay, like George Washington. Now they're taking down some of his stuff, but alright. Okay, so there are certain things that in modern society we find offensive, like the whole slavery stuff, which rightly so is highly offensive. That should have never happened, but it did. But it was also a much more socially acceptable thing back in those days. Okay, so I was watching to see if this guy's tail swing was going to hit that post right there. And then he has to do a 3-point turn to avoid that truck that's parked over there. So yeah, he made it. But it looked tight, so I was like, I was a little concerned there. I thought I was gonna have to get out and spot for him or something to make sure he was gonna be clear. Okay, so for the less experienced truckers or future truckers in this situation, some of that might help you in that kind of situation again, because you saw how close the tail swing on his trailer was to hitting the upright for the overhang or the yellow barrier there. One way you can help avoid that from happening, avoid having that happen, just go straight all the way. Go straight all the way up to the very end of the asphalt or the concrete there first, and then do a back up into a hard left turn. Basically, steer hard right and then back, so the tractor off tracks to the left. The back of your trailer will actually go off to the left, not to the right. And then and it'll lower. And when you do have a tail swing come around, there's nothing to hit if you do that, ideally. So that's that is a way I get out of truck spots too. Like when I'm parked in a spot like I am now, if I'm in a tight lane area. Yeah, where the space between my row and the row that's across from me is kind of tighter. One of my techniques actually is go straight across all the way until my tractor's almost about to hit the guy across from me, and then I'll go into a jackknife turn, because I want to make sure my tandems are far enough up to where I'm not going to worry about hitting the guy on the inside of the turn, and that my tail swing isn't going to kick out so far over that it hits the guy on the other side of me. Those are details you really got to watch for when you're driving in a truck, pulling out of the spot and all that. Okay, Wheelie King lived in Germany for 5 years. Nice. Assume you're a veteran then, or you're military vet, or you military brat, or what are monuments doing to anyone? Rioters are destroying statues and monuments that have nothing to do with racism. Yeah, no, and that's kind of what I was getting at too, is some of this stuff, they might have done a greater good for the country, and okay, so they have a tarnished reputation because of something. Alright, great example here, something a little more modern. Kobe Bryant. He was in the news a lot more recently, well, a few months back, from when he got killed in the accident. And all you'd hear it was very polarizing. There were people who were like so supportive of him that they idolized him. And then there was another group that couldn't stand him just because he was an alleged rapist, or they were totally convinced that he was a rapist. And now all they cared about Kobe's legacy was, hey, he raped some girl. And I'm of the belief that it was a more it was highly questionable if he actually raped her. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. Not my problem. But hey, they didn't have enough evidence to really press charges against him, so that doesn't necessarily mean he didn't, but it doesn't mean that he did either. And there were enough details, and they're like, what the hell is she doing in his hotel room? But yeah, I don't want to go into the weeds with this conversation, but my point is, Kobe was a really good guy. Yeah, look at all the good things that he was doing for different people. Not only his kids, but he had that basketball camp over there in, what is it, Camarillo? Or where he was going up to when he crashed. All the other things he's done for all the charitable work he's done or whatever. No, that doesn't matter. Oh, he still raped some woman like 20 years ago. Okay, so who died and made you God? And you never did something that you were ever disgusted with yourself about back in the day. Because I know there's plenty that I've been disgusted with myself over back in the day. Does that mean that I should be? The only thing that people should remember me is about those bad things. So, but there's different sides. That's why I tend to stay away from the political and social justice kind of crap. It's not worth getting involved. Just live my life for me. Don't worry too much about what other people's problems are. It doesn't affect me, then why do I need to worry so much about it? But yeah, it's interesting the perspectives on it, at least. Okay, lots of tunnels in Germany too. Lots of blonde, blue-eyed people. That's not true. What part were you saying not true about, Cody? If we want to whiten our teeth, what are we going to say? Let's unyellow our teeth so we can... The Olympics thing. What do you mean that's not true about the Olympics thing? Because I was talking about how the utopian society thing that he was trying to build. Now, it was true. That's what he wanted to do, but it didn't work out. How is it socially acceptable? Okay, so answer to that question, because I was talking about slavery was. I'm not going to say it was acceptable nationwide, but at that point in time in American history, it was more socially acceptable for rich people. It was usually rich people to own slaves. Rich people, mainly in the South, to own slaves. Obviously, it's a disgusting moral value that they had in modern society, but back then it was obviously a lot more acceptable. Not just in America, but in other countries too. And that's what I meant by that. Something that was more morally acceptable at that point in time in their era. It wasn't something that was. Obviously it was a divisive issue, but it wasn't so hated that just instantly everybody on the planet completely hates the person because of it. Obviously, if that was the case, then how did George Washington become president number one among some of the other people who became president? Obviously, there was some kind of acceptance of that, and that's what I meant by that. But yeah, moral. You can go both ways on that too. There's a lot of stuff that we see today that we find morally completely unacceptable today that was much more acceptable then. I'm not going to say completely acceptable, but more. And then there are things that we find acceptable today that people back in the previous generations would definitely find offensive. Like the way people dress today. Oh yeah, ask anybody who's in their 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever today. Ask them what they think about the way people dress today. They'll give you a whole earful about how much they can't stand the way people dress. Dora, I'm going to give you a good example. Grandma. When it comes to Grandma and the way Allie dresses, or the way we want Allie to be able to dress, we want her to dress a little more age appropriate, as we would call it. or something that, and something that would actually present her as, not so socially inept, I guess. I don't know how, but now Grandma always likes her wearing, like polo shirts or some other crap that's like totally conservative looking. And like, yeah, that's a great way to get some guys dressed that way. You know what I'm talking about there. Grandma would can't stand the way we would like, we want Ellie to be able to dress, but we can't stand the way she wants her to be able to dress, or be dressed. So that's difference in generations with what's acceptable and what's not, and it goes both directions. That's what I mean by that. I find it highly offensive that we are. Let's see, make sure I'm finding the right spot. That's correct. I find it highly offensive that we are targeting anything white and bringing it down, putting people down for being white. Yeah, I do kind of think that some of the stuff is going overboard. I'm not going to really offer much opinion on whether certain things should be taken down or not, because I don't have skin in the game on that. How does that affect my life? It doesn't. I want to be a little more objective on it and understand the whole situation more, before I even think about having even an opinion on it. I can see both. I guess I can see points for and against on that. They would have a hard time bringing this white down. I'm ghostly. Sorry, RG, should I just start calling you Casper? It was proven, Casper the Friendly Ghost? It was proven that he did not. She lied, they caught her in it. He cheated on his wife and she gave Kobe a hand job. That was about it. They had sex over a chair, if I remember right. And now there was supposedly blood evidence that had him, that kind of gave people reason to think that he may have done it or something, but it could have just been rough sex or something. Who knows? But like I said, I don't know if he did or didn't. He's a damn good, and he was a damn good guy and a damn smart guy too. And I mean, another guy at rough edges, Mike Tyson. He was he was no stranger to controversy back in the day. Look what happened with him. He got 6 years, 3 or 6 years for rape for again when he supposedly, at least, I don't know if he did or didn't, but had that involving that incident with Desiree Washington. I was always into the belief that he didn't do it. It's like, why would somebody of his stature even do something like that? He can get any woman he wants. Why would he get someone who didn't want him? But then again, look what just happened to Ron Jeremy this week. Those of you guys who don't know, I just had an article on playing on my voice reader just yesterday about how Ron Jeremy. For those of you guys, everybody should know who Ron Jeremy is. I have a hard time believing anybody doesn't know who he is. Usually everybody seems to know who he is. Even when he's not in porn, he's in stuff that people recognize, like that Miley Cyrus video, I think, Wrecking Ball or whatever. He's that fat dude with like curly long hair and a mustache, whatever, swinging on that tire or whatever, I think it was a parody or something like that he did or whatever. But yeah, he's done a lot of that kind of stuff. But okay, so he just got charged with how many? I think it was like three different sexual assault charges that were related to. He would go to a bar, I guess, and he would hook up with drunk women who, basically, he would take advantage of his social stature. The fact that he's a porn star and everybody knows him. People I know in the Air Force would call him Kick Dingling. But he would basically take advantage of drunk girls. and I guess even supposedly forcibly raped one or something like that. But I don't know. It's but that's what's going on in his world right now. So there is that other side of it. Like, well, there's a possibility, someone could take advantage of their social status like that and do something like that just because, people believe that it can't be possible for someone like me to do this. Or what's that guy who's that white dude who's the movie producer guy, whatever his name is. I don't remember his name. I don't get too much into that shit. The guy who's the part of the Me Too movement. That was all part of that same thing where, this guy's too big to be to do something like that. But then you find out they use exactly that status to take advantage of people. Alright. Cody, you wouldn't mind being raped by Kobe? Some of the weird shit you say. They're sort of entertainment, like I said. Hey, my ancestors were slaves. They were not only slaves to the Spanish, but to the Aztecs. For God's sake, am I going to keep a grudge against all Aztecs and Spaniards? No. He loved the slave that he had hidden. So not everyone thought it was wrong to be mixed. Oh my God, Grandma, I know. Yes, so much. There's a whole discussion we can have and all that kind of stuff. Slavery, both in America and other countries, and even in America with indentured servitude. We talked about that on your Facebook post last week, Nora. Because I think someone talked about how indentured servants didn't have this or that kind of treatment, whatever, and then hey, there's a motive to not let indentured servants live to the end of their indentured servitude, because if you have to give them so much land when they finish their 5-year contract or whatever it is, then why would you let them finish it? Just kill them and say, they had an accident, and then replace them with someone so you never have to get rid of the land. Versus, like that discussion there that had happened where I think it was Irish slaves or whatever. Basically, it really turned into indentured servants versus slaves. I guess slaves carried a lot more value in America, as like dollar value. But these are more like facts and purported fact stuff. I'm not saying opinions on stuff, or I'm not saying I don't want to offer an opinion in any way on that issue. I'm just saying what my understanding of it is. Alright, that would work. Yeah, Casper. Alright, so I'll start calling you Casper then. It's going to affect you. Yeah, I know you don't get much sunlight up there in Seattle. Right? You're in... I can't remember. You're in Seattle, aren't you? Or is that someone else I'm mixing up? No, you're in... Damn it. I'm trying to remember where you live now. I thought it was Seattle, or am I mixing you up with JR or someone? It's going to affect our kids' lives because they are half white, and yes, interracial kids are becoming a topic. Yeah. Or the Pillsbury Doughboy. Yo, Pills! He was in a Kid Rock video. Oh, that's right. I'm trying to remember. Which Kid Rock video is that? Now I'm trying to remember. I might have to go through some Kid Rock videos on Parked here or something. Just try to maybe refresh myself on that. Harvey Weinstein, that's his name. Yeah. I'm off. See you later. Alright, Lisa, we'll have a good night. Oh, Georgia. I think it was JR, Jim. And somebody else we were just talking about yesterday or the day before who's also up in Seattle. Oh, no. El Jefe. Because El Jefe was getting really involved with my shifts where I was streaming going up to Spokane, and also when I left Spokane, coming back down this way. And he said that he is currently living in the Seattle area. Alright, well, I'm going to go and open the hood up. I'll go ahead and leave it. I'll show you on the stream what I'm talking about here earlier with what I found on a pre-trip that what what exactly it is, I don't know. I'm guessing it might be fuel because none of my reservoir fluids are leaking at all. I'm not having to refill anything. It does have a little bit more of a clearer look to it. I just haven't bothered to put like my fingers in it and smelled it or anything to see if it's actually fuel or what. It's kind of behind the subframe, so it's hard to tell where exactly it's coming from. I'm going to be unable to see what you guys are saying because it is the Streamlabs issue that's going on, but when I get back to the truck, I can catch up if you guys do right whatever. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the problem now. They just put it back on when I have my power steering problem dealt with. What I'm going to do here, okay, so I did basically, you saw I put my hand in it and sniffed. I'm not smelling anything there. It's not a fuel smell, so it's not any real distinctive smell at all to it. So I know if it's not fuel, it's something else. I'm thinking maybe it's residual from my power steering issues I was having because it got into my oil system. Power steering fluid's looking good. What have you guys been wanting to know? Washer fluid, I just had to refill it. That's from me using it. Don't even see the fuel in there. That's my clutch master cylinder there. Just be might be water from my that's the air conditioning. I don't know if that's new or that's a visual from something else. I gotta keep an eye on that. Well, that's what I got going on. I'm concerned about, but probably not even a problem. Put this down real quick. are wondering why I don't latch this one also. This bracket here got bent when I went through a pothole in Tennessee a few months ago. I was in a truck parking area, went through a pothole. I was trying to park, and what happened is the bottom of the gear guard here scraped on the ground, and when it did that, it bent the bracket, so it doesn't actually last anymore. We need to get a new bracket. American Badass. Okay, yeah, I'll check that one out. Pretty sure I've seen that video before. It's just been so long, so I'll definitely check that out. That was the one I want. Yeah, Cowboy, whatever that one, right? I know I've heard that song. I'm just for some reason I'm not clearly remembering if the song I'm thinking of is the right one. But yeah, I'll check that one out. And there was a parody video, I think, that he did of. Yeah, I think it was I'm pretty sure it was a parody video that he did of Wrecking Ball. Yeah, no, yeah, where he's actually swinging on the wrecking ball. Yeah, and then I think they were using some funny lyrics or something like that. I think that's also on YouTube. Yeah, King Dingling. I know he's not the most well-liked guy in the industry either, because when I was in the Air Force still working at March, I actually had the Playboy channel on my XM Sirius radio, whatever it was. I don't remember. And on my way home from work, I'd always listen to that talk show thing that had Ginger Lynn and Christy Canyon on it. Oh man, they would talk all kinds of shit about him. And then I guess everybody, they talk about a lot of other people didn't do him either, didn't like him either. It's like all fat, hairy, and sweaty and all that. But I mean, some people are into that, but apparently girls in the industry are not. Back around 2 p.m. All right, I'm gonna be 200p. No funny lyrics. He was in whitey tighties. Whitey man pennies. Alright. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and maybe go offline here. As a reminder, because Wheelie King, I don't think you were on when I was talking earlier about what I have going on schedule-wise for when I'll be back online and stuff. Yeah, delivery here in town tomorrow afternoon at 13:20, just a mile away from here, and then, or about a mile, whatever it is. And then when I get through delivering there, then I'll go back online. Okay, and then I'll be, I'm in Chillicothe, Missouri. Alright, so I won't be streaming from here to there, but when I'm ready to leave Chillicothe, which is where I'm at now, I'll start a stream going from there to Olathe, Kansas, because I'll be picking up a load. I should be picking up late. It's drop dead time is at a little bit after 1 a.m. this morning tonight. So empty out. I'll go get my trailer washed out down the road where I-35 and US 36 meet up, and then head down to Olathe, get that load going picked up, and that's going to Clearfield, Utah. So probably go down to Olathe, maybe work my way up I-29 or something. Basically, go right back the same way I just came from on this ship, but with going down past Kansas City and coming back up and add it in. That's what's going on. So I'll be back online tomorrow evening sometime, whenever I'm empty over there. Hopefully it won't take too long. But yeah, 13:20 Central Time is when my appointment time there here in town is. Say probably at 1600 Central Time or something like that. I'm going to take a wild guess. Probably be around the time I'll be back online. All right, guys. So I will see you guys all tomorrow, hopefully. And we'll see. I hope Patty's year 2000 catch. All right. So yeah, have a good night, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy what's left of your weekend.